feel safe and protected in America or Rhode Island. We want to move, as I will paraphrase the minister again, from the house of fear to the house of love. And that is the America that we want to live in, and that is just the same of love. And that is the America that we want to live in, and that is just the same rights in America that everybody else wants, but with people.
7374, sponsored by Minority Leader David Place. I'll let you take over, Dave.
I appreciate the raise, but no, I'm the whip.
Oh, I promoted you.
I appreciate
Well,
the promotion.
he was out of the room.
Thank
I
you.
figured that's the time for a coup.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 7374 is a combination of three bills I've submitted in the past. Again, I've said this before, that I did attempt to whittle down my number of bills that I introduced based on the Speaker's request of a 15-bill limit. I think I got it down to 30, so I don't know. I did do an attempt. I did attempt at it. But what the bill does, again, it combines three pieces of legislation I've introduced in the past. It expands the right, or I should say, it introduces the idea of reciprocity for concealed carry permit holders. Right now, 26 states recognize and honor Rhode Island concealed carry permits, but Rhode Island does not offer those same states the same courtesy. I also have a similar bill to Representative Noray's 7270 I won't touch on. And then the final portion of this adds an exemption to the restriction on weapons for evacuation purposes under a declaration of emergency, and defines evacuations as the immediate urgent movement out of an evacuation zone within 48 hours. Other states provide this. Again, I think it's one of those things where we need to provide clarification to folks who do own firearms that they can remove their firearms from their homes if they're being evacuated. So these firearms are not left in an evacuation zone for potential pilfering afterwards. So, in a nutshell, that's the bill.
any questions for the now reduced to Minority Whip, Dave Place? None? Thank you. Okay, I just want to remind, the general officers are going to be coming up in maybe about within 5 or 10 minutes, so if they're in the building, maybe somebody can notify them to start heading this way. The next bill is 7751, sponsored by Representative Dawson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I have the distinction of being the only guy with a new bill. This bill, although new, is probably long overdue, and it's basically just a technical matter regarding the misuse. It has nothing to do with owning a gun. It has to do with illegally using a firearm. In the state of Rhode Island, we have a host of significant laws, obviously. In Title 11, Chapter 47 is about 100 laws, and most of them were started in the 1900s, and obviously we've added on, we have low magazines and such. But one thing they've never really focused on, and it comes up very rarely, is if you shoot at an empty home, or an empty boat, or an empty car, you'll be charged with firing in a compact area, which means a compact area is like a neighborhood, any land that's owned, which is a misdemeanor with a maximum 1 year in jail. And probably if you hit the house, you'll be charged with maybe vandalism, which is also a misdemeanor with 1 year in jail. This is unique circumstances, and I'm going to give you an example from a few weeks ago in East Providence. The person drives down the road, gets into a high-speed chase, takes a gun out, starts shooting for reasons unknown as he rides down the road at the various houses on the road. And he did it in a few different spots in one in my district and next door in East Providence. And obviously he had a host of other crimes. So this may seem trivial to some, but you look at I think he's charged with 113 counts, and he's being prosecuted now. It obviously enjoys the presumption of innocence. But it's a host of drug charges, host of gun charges, illegal possession of guns, and then you see vandalism and firing in a compact area. And this is something that when I was a prosecutor, it bothered me a great deal. And it happened I can think of one off the top of my head, but it's happened a few times where a person does something egregious, with a gun, firing at somebody, intimidating them, firing at the house, the car, and you're only charging them with a couple of misdemeanors. Actually firing at a house or something without any other tangent crime, if someone's at the home, it's assault with a dangerous weapon, it's a host of different things. And I gotta say, to be fair, if you just firing out of a car itself is a felony. But going to someone's house and shooting out the front door and they're not home, you got a defense there against a felony. So it's a simple bill, it's a correction, I think, or just something that nobody thought of, and I think it should pass, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none? We have several people that I'm not expecting, or at least they're not here in the room yet. So I'm going to introduce those bills, and then we will have completed the task of putting all bills in play, as I referred to earlier. The next bill is 7752, sponsored by Representative Lima. It's an act related to criminal offenses, weapons. It provides that any person 18 years of age who is issued a license or permit may carry a stun gun. The next bill is 7827. It's an Attorney General's bill sponsored by Chairwoman Serpa. It's an act related to criminal offense, weapons in particular. It disqualifies individuals with prior felony convictions from purchasing or possessing a firearm. The next bill, also sponsored by the Attorney General, or put forward by the Attorney General, sponsored by myself, it's 7828, and it's an act related to criminal procedure, particularly expungement of records. It allows law enforcement agency to consider expunged records when issuing a license or permit to carry a pistol or a revolver. And the last bill is sponsored by Deputy Speaker Hull, 8026. It's an act related to criminal offenses and weapons. It exempts certain U.S. employees from having to obtain state licenses to carry a visible or concealed pistol or revolver. So that completes the task of all bills being in play. And I know the General Treasurer is here. Oh, and the Secretary of State, our former brethren. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. It's always a pleasure to be before you. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm here this evening in support, I guess this afternoon, in support of House Bill 7373, introduced by Representative Caldwell, requiring safe storage of firearms, and House Bill 7217, introduced by Representative Knight, which bans the possession, sale, transfer of military-style assault weapons. I want to thank these two sponsors for their continuous efforts to make Rhode Island a safer place to live, work, play, worship, and raise a family. My testimony this evening will focus on Representative Knight's bill. I was a public school teacher, as many of you know, for over 30 years, and it pains me that we have to accept and normalize lockdown drills and the fear that comes along with those drills. I was sworn into my first term in the House of Representatives just 17 days after the horrific elementary school shooting at Sandy Hook. And as a result, I introduced similar legislation and continue to co-sponsor and sponsor similar legislation throughout my time in the House. What was clear to me after Sandy Hook, and what remains clear to me to this day, is that policymakers must focus on mitigation, mitigating the damage, death, and destruction of these senseless acts of violence in any way we can. After another tragic school shooting in Parkland, Florida in 2018, I also proposed legislation increasing the presence of school resource officers in Rhode Island public schools. A version of that proposal became law. I saw this as another mitigation tool. Some of my friends on the left side of the political spectrum did not agree with that proposal, as some people in this room do not agree with my testimony tonight. But I was focused on mitigating after another senseless tragedy and more grieving families. The reality is that military-style assault weapons make these senseless acts of violence much easier and much more deadly. So please bear with me as I share a brief history of public policy mitigation efforts associated with a different time in American history that I believe mirrors the policy intent that is proposed in H.2 712. In 1934, in response to a number of high-profile Prohibition-era gang-style shootings that involved automatic weapons and resulted in the collateral injury and death of innocent civilians, Congress passed the National Firearms Act, legislation that was backed by the National Rifle Association. It created a registry for machine guns and established a prohibitive tax on the manufacture and sale of these automatic weapons. In essence, it rendered them very, very, very difficult to get. The vernacular of the time would have referred to these weapons as Tommy guns, and you know the era. This is Al Capone and the St. Valentine's Day Massacre and Bonnie and Clyde, etc. This law was passed with little legislative or public opposition. Americans knew there was a problem and supported the solution. Court challenges failed to overturn the law, and the vast, vast majority of Americans do not consider this legislation an infringement upon their Second Amendment right to bear arms. The National Firearms Act was reaffirmed with the Gun Control Act of 1968 and then strengthened again in 1986 with the passage of the Firearm Owners Protection Act, which banned the importation and manufacture of machine guns for civilian use. The National Rifle Association also supported that legislation. In 2018, after a mass shooting at a Las Vegas country music festival, the Trump administration, citing the 1986 law and hearkening back to the Prohibition-era attempts at mitigating the damage caused by a particular weapon, issued regulations banning bump stocks. What has been outlined through this brief history that I have just shared is public policy enacted by presidential administrations from both parties, 2 Democrats, LBJ and FDR, and 2 Republicans, Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. These were attempts to mitigate the negative impact of a certain type of weapon. The laws have stood for 90 years and have not been interpreted as infringement upon Second Amendment rights to bear arms. In my view, the proposed military-style assault weapons ban bill, introduced by Representative Knight, aims to address a similar issue to the one that presented itself in the Prohibition era, mitigating the damage done in a growing number of mass shootings, and I heard Representative Knight's testimony prior to this, that take innocent lives and are made much easier and much more deadly by weapons like AR-15s. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Any questions of the Secretary of State? Great. Now we have the General Treasurer.
Thank you.
Treasurer
And good
Diaz, welcome.
afternoon, Chairman Craven and members of the House Judiciary Committee. I'm here in support of House Bills 7217 and 7373, both common sense bills which would ban assault weapons and require that gun owners store their firearms safely to prevent misuse and accidents. I will speak plainly. This country has a gun problem, and Rhode Island is no exception. Gun-related violence impacts far too many across our state. We read about it in the news and see it in our communities, so much that it barely registers on the airwaves. As mayor of Central Falls, I met families whose lives were shattered by the pull of a trigger. I witnessed their grief and felt their pain. And as public safety director for the city of Central Falls, I was always concerned for our police officers. The human toll of gun violence is without question devastating. While there is no price tag on human life, gun violence also carries an economic cost. Each year, my office helps hundreds of innocent Rhode Islanders through the Crime Victims Compensation Program. Crime victims, gun victims included, can receive up to $25,000 to help offset the cost of medical care, lost earnings, and, in worst cases, burial expenses. In the short time I have been in office, more than $250,000 have been distributed to families of homicide victims, many of which were because of the accessibility of guns in this state. While this is a vital program, I wish we never had to process another claim. Unfortunately, there is still a great need for this program, and gun violence has undoubtedly contributed to that. I don't want my young son and daughter growing up in a state where active shooter drills are as routine as recess, and I don't want them growing up in a country where gun crime is just another news story. A statewide ban on assault weapons and common sense safety practice will save lives and help ensure a safer future for our children and all Rhode Islanders. I urge you all to act. Thank you, Chairman.
Any questions of the General Treasurer? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I don't know if any of the other general officers here, but I think I see someone representing the Attorney General's office. If you want to come forward, Steve, And since we'll be putting the first witness on, come on, Steve, for the pro side of these bills, I believe it's Bristol Police Chief Kevin Lynch. You could come forward as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephen Dambrook. I'm the criminal chief at the Attorney General's office, and I'm here today.
Steve, I don't think your mic's on. You got the red button?
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephen Dambrook. I am the criminal chief at the Attorney General's office, and I'm here today on behalf of Attorney General Nerona to express his and our office's support for the safe storage legislation. This legislation will turn the dynamic. Instead of the current state of affairs, which is entirely reactive, this will allow us to be proactive, and proactive in several ways. First, let's look at the educational component, because this isn't just about a bill that punishes or criminalizes behavior. There's an educational component, which I think is very important. The educational component requires gun dealers to display signage. It requires the Department of Health and the state police to develop printed materials to be distributed to gun dealers, gun purchasers, and gun owners. And it also requires the Department of Health to develop printed materials and educational materials that will be distributed to students and their families to educate people about the need for safe and secure storage of their firearms. It also has to do with prevention. Basically, what it allows us to do is to intervene before the tragedy happens. Right now, all we can do is be reactive. So the best that I can do as a prosecutor, I can prosecute the case, I can extend condolences to the family whose loved one has suffered a grievous injury or loss, but I can't prevent the tragedy. This bill allows us to get involved at an earlier stage where we have a chance to prevent that serious injury or tragic death from occurring. And I look at a situation, just as an example, the case of Dylan Beans. Dylan Beans, a 16-year-old boy, was shot and killed by an unsecured weapon in Johnston, Rhode Island in 2022. Wouldn't it have been better if we could have been involved somehow with that situation in advance to have addressed the unsafe storage of that weapon before that tragedy occurred? This bill gives us a chance at that. Also, with regard to the punitive or criminal nature of this bill, it's a graduated penalty scheme, meaning that if on the first occasion the authorities find an unsecured weapon in violation of the statute, it's a civil infraction. There's a fine, but it's a civil infraction, not a crime. Same for the second. It's only if after the first and second time a person continues to store their weapon in violation of statute, to store their weapon unsecured and unsafe, then it becomes a petty misdemeanor. If, however, at any point in time, an unsecured weapon is accessed by a child or a prohibited person, then it's a misdemeanor. And if and only if a child or prohibited person accesses that weapon and injury or death results either to the child, the prohibited person, or someone else, then it's a 5-year felony. So there's some logic to it. Again, there's a preventative nature to this, right? Initially, it's a violation, hopefully educating and dissuading that person from unsafely storing their weapon again. But if they continue down that path, if they refuse to comply with these common sense requirements, then it becomes criminal, and God forbid a child gains access or a prohibited person, it's a misdemeanor, and if there's that tragedy, then it's a felony. Again, we can be proactive versus reactive. We can hopefully prevent there being a situation where another young man like Dylan loses his life because of an unsecured weapon. And we're not alone in this, right? We're not the only state that has this type of proposal or is potentially enacting this type of legislation. Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, and Vermont. And this isn't only a criminal justice problem, right? Many of the deaths that occur are through suicide. It's a mental health problem as well. The simple act of safely storing your weapon, which is not, from my perspective and from the Department of Attorney General's perspective, unduly burdensome, can prevent so many tragedies, whether it's suicide, crimes being committed either through accidental discharge and death, or someone getting a hold of a weapon, taking it somewhere else, and inflicting harm. That minor burden of just properly securing your weapon could prevent all of this. And this proposed statute will educate people as to the need, and when necessary, will gently prod them through civil infractions, and if they still continue on, will be punitive in nature to hopefully send out the deterrent message: you have to safely store your weapon. You can have a weapon, but you have to safely store it. So for all those reasons, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I would urge you to vote in favor of this legislation and make sure that all weapons in the state of Rhode Island are safely and securely stored in people's homes.
Thank you, Stephen. Are there any questions of the Chief of the Attorney General's Office, Criminal Division? Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Steve, thank you for your testimony today. Quick question.
Sure.
Attorney General's position on, say, like a antique rifle, musket stored over a fireplace. Is it unsafely stored if the police come to your house to check for an alarm, or if there's a barking dog complaint?
So if it's an operable firearm, this statute does cover both pistols and long guns. So if it's an operable firearm, it would have to be secured in some way, shape, or form. And safe storage doesn't mean that it has to be in a safe. It could mean there's some sort of trigger lock mechanism on the device so that it cannot be discharged unless it's someone who has the rightful authority to unlock it and allow it to be so.
So operable, meaning police seize it, they take it, they test fire it, and it fires, right? They have to go buy, black powder, a ball.
Well,
right?
and not to interrupt, Representative, but it would also have to meet the definition of a firearm. So some black powder weapons do not come within it, and I don't have the Title 11, Chapter 47, I think it's subsection 2 that has the definitions, but it would have to meet the definition of a pistol or long gun as defined by statute, and then if it did, it would have to be properly secured.
Okay. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dave.
By any chance, is your boss going to be here at all today?
No, he's not.
All right. Mr. Chairman, just as a public statement, I find it very disrespectful to this committee that as a sponsor of many of these bills, he chooses not to attend, whereas we've had general officers who, quite frankly, it's outside, no pun intended, outside of their line, to come here and testify in support of some of these bills and testify them. And I find it disrespectful to this committee in this chamber that he would choose not to attend personally and testify in favor of these bills that he proclaims to support. And again, no disrespect to yourself, sir. I understand you have a role to play and a job to do. So again, this is not a comment at you, but again, in general, we can have our treasurer and our Secretary of State spend the time to come down and testify in these important bills, but our Attorney General doesn't. I just find it disrespectful to this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else? Thanks, Steve.
Thank you,
Chief,
sir.
you're the first witness of the pro and con on the big bills. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me echo the testimony of Chief Danbrook from the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office and my high school classmate, Secretary Greg Amori. I'm in full support of the testimony that they provided this committee. My remarks will be brief. I took some research from the American Academy of Pediatrics and the National Firearms Survey, where they estimate that 30 million children in the U.S. live in households with firearms, and 4.6 million children are exposed to at least one loaded and unlocked gun. Firearms in the home increase the risk of unintentional shootings and injuries, and as Chief Danbrook noted, suicide and homicide. Data from the Gun Violence Archive shows a significant increase in firearm-related injuries and deaths amongst children during the COVID-19 pandemic and thereafterwards. In 2020, firearm-related injuries became the leading cause of injury deaths for children and teens age 1 through 19. When children unintentionally shoot another person, the victim is most often a sibling or a friend. As Chief Danbrook talked about the incident in 2022 in the town of Johnston, Dylan Vines was shot by his friend. 2 people lost their life that day. One young man died, and another young man is being prosecuted for homicide. Not only in that case was the adult charged. As a law professor, my part-time work at Roger Williams University, I always teach my students that crime happens when opportunities present itself. Sometimes a child may have a bad day at school. He could be bullied. Someone could be depressed. We all know the issues that law enforcement, medical folks are all dealing with post-COVID-19, the pandemic. When there's a firearm accessible to people, you will have an increased rate of suicide. When there's an opportunity where a child knows that there's a gun in the home, there's the likelihood that they're going to take that gun to school or they're going to contemplate suicide. We have got to remove the opportunity from the situation. I respect the folks that are here from the Second Amendment, but there is great technology out there, as Chief Danbrook said, that you can get quick access. There are gun safety boxes that have thumbprint, electronic. You can get to that firearm in seconds with the technology and the equipment that exists today to properly store that gun. I will speak briefly on the assault weapon ban. I am in support of that individually. Everybody knows that my wife is a 30-year public school teacher. My daughter, Sienna, is a rookie school teacher at Rogers High School. We have to make our schools safe. Please do everything in your power to make our schools safe, and I support these 2 pieces of legislation. Thank you.
Any questions for the chief? Thank you both.
Thank you, sir.
Frank Sicosio, come forward. Where is he? I just saw him. And Anita Napoff? Frank, you're first. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to come here and speak today. I will start off with a general statement. We have a lot of gun bills on today, and I stated this in the House Committee yesterday, and I'm going to state it here today, Senate hearing yesterday, and I'm going to say it here at the House today. When you ask experts to come in and speak on the bills, when there's this many bills, limiting it to 5 minutes is very disingenuous to the people of the state of Rhode Island. You, as representatives, need to be able to talk to people at length on bills, talking about...
Yes.
Respectfully, Frank, you know where I am, okay? Last time, respectfully, you didn't spend enough time on the issues. Don't spend time on this. Get right to the point, please.
All right. So I'll go right to the bills on here. The safe storage bill is a terribly worded bill right now. There are challenges to other states that have this bill. To be able to limit somebody in being able to have a firearm and access in their house is very difficult. The wording of the bill is, it's going to be a challenge. You're going to be in court wondering and having a judge decide whether the firearm was readily accessible to you or within your reach. That's something that you don't want to have people be challenging on that. The way this bill is written, you shouldn't pass it. It's actually be very dangerous for individuals that really want to keep a firearm in the home to be able to protect themselves. The assault weapons ban. The assault weapons ban we actually had for 10 years throughout the whole United States. There was an assault weapon ban that was much more extensive than this. 2 governmental agencies actually did independent studies on this, and after 10 years of banning more than what you're banning right now, there was no decrease in crime on both of those independent studies on that. So you're going to be putting in place the exact same ban that was before, which did not reduce crime on that. So I believe it really is disingenuous again on this. There's also a ban on a bill presented today where the state police or police departments could determine a firearm to be a crime gun. They would take that gun and they would take it out and they would test fire it, and then they would have to do a ballistics database on that and create it. It appears to me on this to be an unfunded mandate, first and foremost, because you're not putting any money or anything or any allocations on this to the police departments. Secondly, what happens if someone like myself, somebody accuses me of something, the police come in, take my firearms, bring it down there, they test fire everything. Don't you think that the state police or whoever's going to be test firing them is now going to have a complete list of every single firearm I have, and it's on a database? If I'm ever cleared of all those charges, there is no way for me to get off that database. You are allowing the FBI, the ATF, and everybody else to create a database on that, which, by the way, if anybody ever did want to challenge that later on, all you'd have to do is change the barrel, and now the data is actually worthless at that point. One of the bills that's here, it's been languishing for a very long time, is the bill where you actually change the language in one of the bills to get rid of marshals. We do not have marshals in the state of Rhode Island anymore. Under one of the bills, the marshals are still under the umbrella which protect all of our police departments. Our Capitol Police are not listed on that bill. Every day, you representatives walk through this building, you have people downstairs in uniform, putting their lives on the line, carrying firearms, and they're not covered under that bill.
Frankly.
They're asking that that bill be changed so that everybody, they are actually protected on that also.
Bill number?
I don't think those are on tonight, Frank.
Well, there is one. There's an addition that's on tonight, which is by Representative Hull. It still uses the word marshal in there.
Yes, you're right.
Change the
There
word
is-
marshal
there
and
is
put
sep-
Capitol
There is separate
Police.
legislation changing that.
Yes.
This year. This year, there's separate, it's not on the calendar today.
Okay. And there's also a bill on there, the AG expungement bill. And for the people that don't realize, the AG was actually sued because the Attorney General's office, in denying people their concealed carry weapons permit, were actually utilizing police reports and other reports that were actually ordered sealed by our judiciary. I know because I took them to court, to the Rhode Island Supreme Court, and won. They are not supposed to be using these sealed and expunged documents on this. So the AG this year has presented a bill which says that even if their criminal record is now expunged, even if a judge orders all those documents sealed or expunged.
Behalf of the Attorney General, and I spoke with him about it, and his assistant, and he's not really going to press that bill. So I think you've already won that one, so.
All right, very good. All right, so some of the bills also on here, those are the main ones that I want to talk about. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that. These bills are very important, and you need to be able to talk to experts on this to see if they're good or they're bad. Most of these bills, I can tell you, even if you passed every single one of them, you probably would not see a reduction in crime. You cannot legislate away people's bad intent.
Any questions for the witness? Yes, Doc.
Good presentation, Frank.
Thanks.
That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear the meat of what you had to say. The safe storage bill, if you had to distill the biggest problem with that, tell me what it is. Tell me the one most glaring problem with that bill.
Where is the definition of when a firearm is readily accessible to the individual and when it is not, when it is considered stored? So what happens is if I have a concealed carry weapons permit and I'm in my house and I actually put my firearm down, I'm going to bed, I put it on the nightstand. If I get up and go to the bathroom, it's not readily in my control anymore. Can I be charged now with that? Did I break the law? Am I violating that? It's unclear on this bill when that could happen. It's also, say I'm sitting at home at night and the police knock on the door. When I'm home, if there's somebody to knock on the door, I'm always carrying. I see if there's a police officer at the door, I'm gonna go put the firearm in the other room because I'm not gonna be standing at the door and let an officer in. If the officer happens to look over my shoulder and see a firearm in the other room, am I getting arrested? Am I getting charged because it's not readily in my control? Being able to protect yourself with a firearm at your home and have it readily available is critical. You can't rely on biometric safes. You can't rely on saying, oh, wait, there's 3 or 4 people breaking into my house. Let me go and run in the other room and unlock the safe or put in the combination. It's not going to happen. These are the things that are not being addressed in this bill. I used the analysis last time when I was testifying on a similar bill. When everybody leaves here tonight, you're going to get in your car and you're going to put your seatbelt on. You put your seatbelt on because an accident would happen just that fast. You don't have time to stop and say, wait, let me put my seatbelt on, I'm about to have an accident. You're not going to know if somebody kicks the front door in at your house at 3 o'clock in the morning. You're going to be able to go, oh, wait, let me go downstairs, or let me go in the other room and get a gun out of my safe and load it. It's going to be a problem, because the people coming into your house are going to probably be armed. You don't have that time. This, and by the way, this one, I see this happen all the time with bills. You put in a bill and you try to make it so there's steps in the process, and then next year something's going to happen, or a year later something's going to happen, and you're going to come back and go, nope, nope, we need to make it a felony immediately. This is what happens with bills like this. You start going with safe storage. Now you're into my home telling me what I can do. What if I live alone? Why do my firearms need to be locked up all the time? There's no exemption for people that live by themselves. What if there's no children in the home? What if they're elderly people that live alone? They're not as quick on their feet as everybody else. You're setting it up so that people are putting a real impediment to being able to protect themselves and readily and quickly be able to access a firearm if there is a problem. Everybody can sit here all day long and say, well, it's not too much of a burden, and you can always get into your safe when there's a problem. What if you can't? Gun's going to do a lot of good sitting in a safe, and you can't access it when there are 3 or 4 people in your house trying to harm you.
Thank you. One of my concerns was individuals who have concealed carry permits. Thank you.
Any other questions for Frank? Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, go ahead.
Frank, by any chance, you, by profession, you are a defense attorney?
Yes, I do criminal defense.
Criminal defense. Have you done any work revolving around previous laws we've passed, like the high-capacity magazine?
I currently have one pending in the Superior Court right now. I'm representing a 67-year-old black woman who lived alone. She was in an apartment complex in Providence. Someone broke into her house. She called the Providence police. When the Providence police came there, she had one firearm that she owned, and she had owned it for more than 10 years, bought it legally, had her blue card, everything, never been in trouble before. And when the police came in, she had her firearm sitting on the corner near the microwave because she was worried people were going to come back in, and the Providence police promptly arrested her. She is now in Superior Court, and she's facing felony charges. This is a woman who worked at Electric Boat, never been in trouble. The police, actually, we had a hearing on it. The police admitted, we've never been to her house before. She's never been in trouble before. Now she's facing felony charges. And she was telling the officers there, I didn't know the law had changed. I didn't know. I bought the gun legally. I have all the paperwork. She's now in Superior Court, and we're going to be challenging it to the Rhode Island Supreme Court on the constitutionality of this. This is what the effect of these laws are doing. People don't realize this woman who's never been in trouble before, facing felony charges. So,
Any other questions of the witness? Thanks, Frank, and I'm going to call someone from your side to come on forward, Darren. Doctor, you're up next.
Okay. All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. My name is Dr. Anita Knopov. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to talk to you all today and share a little bit about my experience and my background. I am an emergency medicine physician. I completed my residency training here in Rhode Island, and I'm staying on as a faculty member here in Rhode Island, working in our emergency rooms. I am also a member of the Rhode Island chapter of American College of Emergency Physicians and the Rhode Island Medical Society, both of which I believe have submitted testimony and add their comments to this, and I add my personal experience to that. One of the areas that I have academic specialty in is gun violence and gun violence safety work. I've done both local and national presentations about firearm safety and public health implications of this, as well as created a medical school curriculum to teach our medical students how to talk, screen, and talk about firearm safety for patients in their homes. I think this is really important to talk about from the physician perspective, as I unfortunately have to see a lot of these injuries, even in the state of Rhode Island. I really feel like we have secondary experiences through seeing what our families go through and our patients go through. Needless to say, I'm here in strong support of Representative Knight's bill, H7217, which is regulating assault weapons, and Representative Caldwell's bill, H7373, with safe firearm storage. This year, let's please get them done. Gun injury and violence in the United States is a public health issue. We are losing friends, family, and citizens to completely preventable causes. We lose some by dying, but we lose so many more with lifelong pain and lifelong injuries that I'm going to share a couple stories about today. Our state finances also suffer with this, and as we have to take care of patients both in the acute and then also all of the downstream ramifications from this. It's not just getting shot, that's just a moment of time. Getting shot is the beginning of a very long and painful process for these patients who survive. In preparing for my testimony, I thought a lot about which patient experiences I wanted to share with you today. And it's not that it was difficult to figure out what cases I've had to experience, but which cases would be most pertinent to the actual bills that we're talking about today. The two that I've chosen, I think, highlight what could have been preventable injuries if safe storage existed in our state. And I think that we can prevent these things from happening in the future if we consider these cases. First, I remember caring for a patient who was shot when he was 13 years old. When I saw him, he was more than double his age, in his 30s. It was his younger sister who shot him. She shot him with a gun that was easily available in case of an emergency that we were just talking about. There was a recent break-in at the house. The firearm was left out. The child played with it. This injury left this 13-year-old boy paralyzed, and I was seeing him in his 30s for the sequela of that. He was nearly 2 decades later dealing with health problems, mental health issues from it, as if being paralyzed was not enough of a punishment. I did not treat him for a gunshot wound that day. I treated him for his chronically infected ulcer from the paralysis. He did his best to move around as much as he could, but that area that he has an ulcer on never heals because he has no sensation to that area. He's bedbound, he's in his 30s, and I did not even have to see his sister and see what her situation was like. If you're not torn up about that and the human suffering from that, then at least consider the costs. I'm convinced that this tragedy could have been prevented if the legislature had acted back then to require this safe gun storage. Another case that will never leave me, unfortunately, is a teenager who shot herself in the head. This happened immediately after a breakup of a 3-month relationship with a boyfriend, and the firearm was unlocked, loaded, and available. Her mom said she had never had any mental health issues before. She died within 15 minutes of arrival to the emergency room. Oftentimes, firearm suicides I don't see. They die in the scene. This patient lived long enough to die in our emergency room. I won't describe what the scene looked like, but it sticks with me. What isn't describable is the moment that a patient's mother realized that her daughter was gone, and that is forever seared into our memories. I do believe that if the gun was secured in a locked container and rendered inoperable by a trigger lock, that this mother's daughter would still be here. Rhode Island is spending millions of dollars to put up fencing on a bridge to stop suicides and make it safer. Data shows that patients are grateful when they are stopped from preventing suicide. These are not patients who always complete suicide, and having something as accessible as a firearm easily in the moment of heightened emotional state makes a difference. It's time we also limit the quantity of pills in a bottle for the same reason. It's time that we treat firearms with the same respect. So when I say I believe these patients would have been saved by these laws, there's a lot of evidence behind that. I implore you to seize this opportunity to make a meaningful change for us, the citizens of Rhode Island. I really don't want to be back here next year to do the same stories or share new stories that could have been prevented of needless deaths and disabling injuries.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Darren, somebody have a question? Oh, sure, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for testifying, Doctor. Under that microscope where you work, you certainly are exposed to all sorts of things like that. And violence committed on any human being has to be extremely difficult to deal with, and I frankly don't know how you do it on a daily basis. So I sympathize with you on that. What you don't see in that microscope, though, are situations where, and in a twist of irony, the sponsor of the safe storage bill, in that very district, there was a person, a lunatic with a knife who was breaking into houses who was stopped with a firearm. By a firearm owner who may not have been able to stop that person had they not had access to their firearm. That could have been someone you saw or treated with 17 or 22 stab wounds, which would have been equally traumatic. So we don't know. You know what you see, and it is horrible, and no one wants to see any human being suffer from violence. No one does. But there's a lot that you don't see that also is the other side of the firearm coin. And I do respect your opinion, and I do respect your profession, and I do respect your experience. But it's not the total picture, just like mine isn't, because I have never seen the horrible things that you do. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I will say, as an emergency physician, we really are the front lines. So I also take care of that patient with the knife. I take care of any injury that he suffers from. I take care of any injury that he could have inflicted on others. So while I recognize that I'm not in the community and that community living, we really are seeing the true front line of every patient who needs to go to the hospital. If you have mental health issues, the emergency room is where you go. So we are really the safety net. I do think that we end up seeing a lot of the public health sequelae of these actual public health crises.
I agree, and I'm thankful that that person in East Greenwich had a firearm, so you did not have to see them. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Darren?
Chairman Craven, members of the committee, my name is Darren Goins. I'm the State Director for the National Rifle Association. We did a hearing yesterday. I've done this for 14 or 15 years. We've debated a lot of these same issues at length, and I'm going to try not to repeat the testimony because I think we've heard the arguments on both sides of the issue. I'm going to try to come at it from a new perspective and be as brief as I can. Listen, we hear the stories on both sides. We all have children. We send our children to the same schools. Nobody wants to be shot. I go to the mall. I want to be safe. I don't think anybody has like a moral monopoly on wanting to protect people, and we can all agree that these things are horrible. I think where we disagree is that legislation enacted in this building or any other state capitol is going to change any of that, at least this legislation. And so when you look at the assault weapon ban or the semi-auto ban, I don't even like calling it assault weapons, let's look at places that have these bans. Chicago, Los Angeles, Newark, Trenton, New York City. What do they all have in common? They have some of the highest gun violence or gun deaths, gun homicides, whatever you want to call it, in the country. And they all have assault weapon bans. And that's largely a product of what we've been arguing, and that is these bans are on cosmetic features that have no impact. And we had a 10-year ban in this country. The Clinton DOJ did a study that showed that it had no impact on crime, and it's for that reason. Rifles of any kind are used in less than 1.5% of all crime. So that leads me to believe that 98% of the crime we're not even talking about. But at the end of the day, listen, here's what's troubling. We're talking about banning inanimate objects, and we are talking about storing inanimate objects. Here's what was troubling to me. So after the Super Bowl, there's a couple people shot. You see the story, mass shooting in Kansas City, and everybody thinks, oh, here's a large gathering of people. Some crazy guy must have wanted to shoot up a bunch of people. Well, I read the story. I was a little bit dumbfounded that it was 2 people. And I read more and more, and they said, well, what started this? You know what it was? The last I read was 2 people looked at each other wrong. Now, to me, that's the problem. It's the conduct. We're looking at regulating inanimate objects, how to store them. But isn't it troubling to anyone that you go to an event and 2 people look at each other wrong and their answer is to shoot each other? I mean, it's the conduct that I think we need to go after, the mental health issues in this country, and not just after the firearms and how to store them. So I'm going to pivot to a couple of the other bills. 1 gun a month. This is tried in my state of New Jersey. It also was tried in Virginia for 10 years. the state of Virginia repealed it after 2012 because it had no impact. I mean, when you really think about this, we're fine with selling 12 guns a year, but not 14 or 15. It makes no sense. The only thing this is going to do is make life hard for collectors or people who have large estates that need to transfer firearms. On the storage bill, Representative Corvasi asked Frank what his number one concern with it is. It is a concern, but I would say my concern isn't defining and use, it's we shouldn't be there in the first place, because in my opinion, this is unconstitutional. And we have these debates all the time under Heller, and I'd say let's not engage in it again, let's let the courts do what they're going to do on that. But I think you're starting from a place where it's unconstitutional. But Representative Corvasi, my number one problem with this is it's inside someone's personal home, they're locking up a firearm, 3 bad guys come in the middle of the night, I gotta go to my safe. And in some of these states, their laws get pretty drastic where you got to load the magazine and then insert it into the firearm. And you're doing this under duress, in your sleep, in the middle of the night. Why are we tipping the scales toward criminals? We have a right to self-defense in this country. And to me, it's just absurd. So when we hear the stories about the innocent folks that are shot, let's also consider the innocent people that are going to be awoken in their sleep by home invaders. And now the government is saying, you got to have your gun locked up, but the 3 bad guys coming in don't. It makes absolutely no sense. And I guess I'll conclude on this. I've done this for 18, almost 19 years in 11 states. I've seen this bill before. I've seen this bill in many, many places. In fact, there's a couple of them up this year and in recent years. There was one in Vermont, there was one in New Jersey, just dealt with one last spring in Pennsylvania. There were 4 gun bills that came up in Pennsylvania. Now, the reason I bring up these states is they're all Democrat-controlled. I'm not talking about red states. I'm talking about Democrat-controlled states. In Pennsylvania, they have divided control, but 4 gun bills came up. Storage was one of them. It was the only one that was withdrawn. Because when we talked about these issues and we told them how impractical it was, it made no sense. The only way to truly enforce this is to go into everybody's house and check their safe and their firearm, and that's not going to happen. This bill has no preventative value. It's simply being able to prosecute somebody after the fact, after the tragedy has occurred. And with that, I would avail myself to the committee for any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Yes, David.
Mr. Gomes, you made a statement. It hasn't had an impact, right? Can you elaborate on it hasn't had an impact? What do you mean by that?
Representative Place, I'm assuming you're talking about the assault weapon ban?
The assault weapons ban, high-capacity magazine, anything, like, it hasn't had an impact on what?
It hasn't had any impact on crime, and that's largely because these are cosmetic features. They function the same as other semi-autos. In the case of New Jersey, you pin the stock, you change from a flash, you have to put a muzzle brake instead of a flash hider. These are no bayonet lug, no grenade launcher. These are all cosmetic features. When the 2 people that shot each other for looking at each other wrong in Kansas City, they used handguns. So we're talking about banning something that's not even used in crime. So the states that already had crime, that passed the bans, it had no impact. They woke up and I guarantee you, I mean, I don't make many guarantees in life, but I guarantee you, you pass this bill here today, it doesn't change anything on the streets. It doesn't change anything. And for that matter, it won't even change the availability of these types of firearms because the bad guys are going to go get them anyway. So again, I think that the answer is looking at the underlying issue. And guys, we're never going to fix this problem in this country if we don't address the underlying issues of mental health. Why 2 people look at each other wrong and shoot each other. I mean, that's the crux of the problem, but it's conduct. I mean, my firearms sit in my safe day after day after day, and they don't do a thing. Put in the wrong hands, they do.
See, I'm going to disagree with you. These laws have had impacts, but what these laws have allowed the criminal justice system to do is pile on additional charges and felony counts to individuals and dissuade them it encourages them to plead out instead of getting a jury trial. So in my opinion, you're right, it has no impact on crime, but it's definitely had an impact on our criminal justice system because we're putting more people in jail over things that, like you said, a feature that actually does not, like I said this before, the AR-15s that I've seen in the state of Rhode Island are no different than AR-15s functionally any different than AR-15s that I've seen in the state of Massachusetts, which does have an assault weapons ban. Functionally speaking, they still do the exact same things they're designed to do. And unfortunately, what we're doing is, we're just giving the criminal justice system more tools in the toolbox to put people away for longer periods of time, or to make sure that they don't get their day in court by, in essence, I don't want to use the term blackmailing them, but in essence, they stop them from actually going to trial because they're intimidated by the charges. Like I said, 100 and something counts placed on you. That's intimidating and keeps people from actually, getting their day in court. So, thank you.
Yes, I believe Edie has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. I am going to raise a question with you regarding the safe storage legislation. Mr. Goins, everyone who speaks against this legislation talks about the guns being locked up in a safe. That's only one option. The other option is, or equipped with a tamper-resistant mechanical lock or other safety device properly engaged in order to render such firearm inoperable by any person other than the owner or other lawfully authorized user. So what's to stop you or me or whoever having the gun beside their bed, getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom? The tamper lock is on the gun.
Through the chair,
Yes.
Here's an issue. The suggestion coming from, and maybe, I hate to ask a member of the committee a question, but my question is, the last time you woke up in the middle of the night and had to take a trigger lock off your firearm, how long did it take you to be able to fire a round? I mean, what I'm getting at with that is a lot of the folks who have no experience with firearms, and by the way, I am a certified basic pistol instructor, tell gun owners, well, you should be able to load your firearm in the middle of the night and be able to use it by just simply taking that trigger lock off of it. The locks that you're talking about are more cumbersome. It probably would take longer to get that lock off than to go to your safe and retrieve it in actuality. Because most of those locks go through the barrel and feed through the action and then have a padlock and a cable on them with a key. What happens if you lose the key? I mean, honestly, that's a slower mechanism than actually a safe. But the bottom line is, you're in your own home. Somebody, I had a legislator in another state tell me a long time ago, if someone's in your home at 2 or 3 in the morning, they ain't there for any good reason. And for you to be awakened and have to be able to defend yourself, that's a lot of moving parts.
You've answered my
Okay.
question.
Vice Chair Knight?
I know you didn't mean it this way, but I just want to make sure that the record is correct. You had said in your testimony that assault weapons are not used in crimes, and I think you were alluding to the fact that, by and large, handguns are the bigger problem in crimes, because we've had several mass shootings where assault weapons were used, and those were crimes. You would agree with me?
Yeah, I will correct my statement to say that these types of firearms are used in an extreme minority of cases in crimes.
Thank you.
Doc?
Over the last several years, there's always been a tendency, whenever laws have been promulgated, to determine whether they're intrinsically racist, bigoted, what have you. We worry about penalties and what populations they may or may not affect. So let me ask you a question. Has your organization done any research on the demographics of who owns assault rifles versus who owns handguns, and who uses assault rifles and who uses handguns?
Yeah, Representative Corvesi, that's a good question. We do not do research, unlike a lot of other organizations, we rely on government-sourced statistics, whether that's DOJ reports, FBI, et cetera. But what I can tell you is that that question is probably better suited for a future witness, Jake McQuiggan, who's going to testify because he represents NSSF, are the gun manufacturers. And I don't want to speak for Jake, but they routinely do research on the number of NICS checks, demographics, who's buying firearms, and I know that during the pandemic, the two largest demographics of new gun owners, first-time gun owners, were women and minorities.
But, and I understand that, but not necessarily assault weapons, or what's classified as assault weapons.
Representative Corvese, the safest answer for me to say is I do not know.
Okay.
I could find that out.
No, is the gentleman who you referred to, is he going to be testifying?
He is.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Matt?
I just want to touch upon the concept of the suicide and the potential prevention with safe storage. Now, I know the crimes and everything else, and particularly taken with the doctor's story, which I think obviously safe storage would have saved that girl's life. She wasn't mentally ill, and I would suggest we all get sad, and she didn't have any judgment. I don't want to have to ask you to concede something, but I can't see how you can argue that safe storage won't protect families from letting their children or people that ought not to have them. I think that's what the purpose of the statute is, for people, young people or teenagers, not to get them. You can see that we'd see some type of improvement.
Representative Dawson, through the chair, I don't see that because I think that there are plenty of other avenues for them, unfortunately, to accomplish what they want to do, whether it's a bridge, whether it's pills, whether it's a rope. I mean, there are other avenues. Also, the firearms community is not unsympathetic, to your point. In fact, I think that there's a New Hampshire gun shop project that has been in effect for a while. And it works with gun dealers, and again, Jake can probably talk to this a little bit more because he represents the retailers, where they have hotlines available for people that may be in distress. But again, this goes back to my testimony, this law, I wish I could say that, agree with you and say it's going to save a suicide, but here's why it doesn't. This law is based on after the fact. Like after someone's gained access and done something, right? It's allowing prosecution and penalties to occur after someone has done something bad. And the only way that this would work under your scenario is if the police went into every gun owner's home and said, is your firearm locked? And made sure of that on a daily basis.
We're never going to be able to go to everybody's house. Nobody's suggesting that's going to happen. If this bill passes, it's going to be on TV. All people in the state are going to say, gee, I got to lock this thing up. They're going to do it on their own. They're not going to do it on their own. No one's going to go to their house. No one's going to get arrested until something bad happens. All we want to do is get the word out. Put your guns away so your kids can't get them, shoot themselves or shoot someone else. There's no question the story that doctor just told, that girl would be alive right now. She's not going to drive to the Newport Bridge or go to Home Depot to get herself a rope. She had a gun ready to her, and she had the ability to kill herself without any thought, and she did it. I guess we're just going to have to disagree.
Dave?
Again, still talking with the safe storage bill. Again, we understand the emotions that come along with this, but we're talking in judiciary, we're talking about legalities and ultimate constitutionality. You're familiar, Darren, you're familiar with Heller versus DC. And there were two components to Heller versus DC, not only the handgun ban, but a storage ban. Could you talk to the comparisons between the Rhode Island law as is proposed and the DC statute that was struck down in the Heller v. DC case?
Yeah, Representative Place. Yeah, the DC statute was even tougher. I believe you had to have the firearm disassembled. So the ultimate question, though, was does a person in their own home, should they have the ability to have an accessible fully equipped firearm? And the court said yes. I mean, again, we get into this business of deciphering what court decisions say and don't say. I mean, ultimately, on this bill and others, Bruin changed the test on even Heller. We went away from saying, is there a government interest? Is there a compelling interest for the firearms regulation? The new standard is there a historical analog dating back to 1791 for this restriction? And so that's why, in my opinion, it's unconstitutional. We will see. So more so than even Heller, and my opinion is, yes, it would have been unconstitutional under Heller, but it certainly is under Bruin. And again, we can have these debates all day long. The stuff gets litigated. At the end of the day, this is the reason that the state of New York wrote us a check for $450,000, because they lost in court. And I assume that if some of these bills pass, it's going to be litigated, and we will continue to seek attorney's fees. So I view it as unconstitutional, yes.
Rep. Caldwell.
I have a comment, which is not a question, so it doesn't need to be answered by any of the witnesses up there. But, you know, I can't agree more with Representative Dawson's point that it is absolutely ludicrous to suggest that somebody is having a suicidal moment. They're in their very worst moment at home that they've ever been in their lives, and there is access to a loaded firearm, as if that is any way similar to driving to the Newport Bridge instead and jumping off it, or driving to a hardware store, or doing anything else that is much more painful than the mostly instantaneous job of a firearm. Respectfully to Representative Place, because we agree on many things, and unfortunately not this issue, you know, I don't think it is our side right now on these bills that is being emotional. We have people that support safe storage that are medical experts, that are legal experts, and that are law enforcement professionals. And on the other side right now, we have people who work for the NRA. So I don't think that is much of a comparison when it comes down to it. And Darren, as you pointed out, they will be litigated. And thank you to Second Vice Chair Knight. We've heard what has happened. Last year or 2 years ago, when everyone said that my bill to ban high-capacity magazines would bring all of these problems and be overturned in court and it wasn't constitutional, well, what just happened? We heard from Jason what just happened. Actually, it was upheld as constitutional. Again, just a comment.
Thank you, Rep. Caldwell. Any other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you both for, Chairman Corvese.
Respectfully, since Representative Caldwell made a comment, I'd just like to make one quick comment. The issue of whether or not the 10-round ban is unconstitutional has not been definitively decided yet. That is still up in the air from what I understand. So the injunction was overturned, but I don't believe the issue itself has been definitively decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony. Next is Mary Bodden and Jake McGugan. Am I saying that right? Please come forward. Is Mary Bodden here? I think she was here. Okay, so next we'll go Patrick Crowley. I saw him here earlier. All right, maybe Mary will come forward. Why don't you proceed, Jake? And we'll see if either of them show up.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee. My name is Jake McGuigan, Managing Director of State Affairs for the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We are the trade association for the firearms industry. We represent ranges, retailers, and manufacturers all across the country, as well as here in Rhode Island. I'm here today probably for the 15th year in a row. I might be applying for a pension soon, so you guys might want to look out. I'm here in opposition to, obviously, the assault weapons ban, H7217. The genesis of this bill we've seen grow and kind of morph over the years. The bill in its current format, if you look at it, includes what you would say is a one-feature test. And that one-feature test essentially is going to ban all rifles, shotguns, even .22 caliber rimfire firearms that are used at camps, at, shooting competitions. And, I have a list, and I included in my written testimony. I'm not going to obviously do a show and tell, but these are all the firearms that I have included in my written testimony and written opposition that would be banned. Many of these guns, like the top one listed, is a Mossberg 935 12-gauge shotgun, which is used to hunt turkey. The definition of this bill will ban that firearm because it has that pistol grip on there. And
We're not going to use props, exactly.
I
Thank you.
apologize. It's in my written testimony.
I know,
so-
we'll look at that, but I mean, we don't
Okay.
want, everyone would have a prop if we stop that, so.
Okay. No, I
Okay?
apologize for that. But what I want to talk about is that I believe this is kind of a solution in search of a problem. Over a 15-year time period, 329 homicides occurred in Rhode Island, and 2 of those were used, a rifle was used in those. So 0.6% of all homicides in Rhode Island are dealing with a rifle. During that time period, 21 were used hands or fists in a physical altercation. So again, focus on the individual and the instrument, not actually the, focus on the individual, not the instrument. The one thing that I think has changed over the years is the demographic, and I know the chair had touched upon that, and what we are seeing from an industry standpoint is it used to be a bunch of old white guys buying guns. That's not the case anymore. The demographics has changed dramatically. In polling from NBC News, not a pro-gun entity by any stretch of the imagination, in November said that 52% of all households in the country possess a firearm. I think that was a staggering statistic when they put that polling out, and there was a little bit of pushback on that. And of that, of black voters, and this is the shift we're seeing in demographics, black voters within a 4-year time period, the increase was 17% to 41% of black voters are purchasing firearms. So we are seeing a tremendous demographic shift, and I don't know if these bills are trying to attack their ability to purchase firearms. We've seen an increase in female participation. Of all new gun owners in America, over 42% are females purchasing firearms in order to obviously protect themselves and their families. You've seen 4 or 5 years where it's turmoil. We're in an election year. We're going to have more turmoil. Depending on what side of the aisle you're on, it doesn't matter. And you're going to see continued purchase of firearms this year. I want to touch, because I don't want to spend too much time, but I want to talk about the 1 gun a month legislation. Rationing of a firearm or rationing your ability to purchase a firearm is not going to solve any violent crime here in Rhode Island. A major point to that is if you don't trust anyone with 2 firearms, why even let them have 1? Why are we limiting their ability to purchase a firearm if you don't even trust them with 1 firearm? And more importantly, March 11th, 2 days ago, California's 1 gun a month law struck down by a federal judge. They had a 1 gun a month law, and that goes back to 2020, so it's been 4 years throughout the court process. And to your point on the magazine issue, that has not been settled yet, and that will continue through the court process. But again, that lawsuit was looking at the 1 gun a month law, and that has been struck down by a federal judge, and most likely the one here in Rhode Island will be as well. So I noticed that my time is up. I didn't really touch upon the storage bill, but if anyone has any questions concerning that, I'd be happy to address that and the programs that NSSF has in place. So thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to take any questions concerning any data.
Thank you. Chairman Corvese.
So I'll ask you the question I asked Darren. Have there been any studies done regarding the demographics of who's purchasing assault rifles versus who's purchasing handguns, and the use of the assault rifles versus the use of the handguns?
Yes, I can provide data to the committee on that. We do have data on that. The modern sporting rifle, which we would use that nomenclature instead of an assault rifle, is the most popular rifle or purchased firearm in America as of this time. It's a modular system. You can swap out, and make different calibers with it. You can make it function differently depending on how you want to do that. And we are seeing close to about 75 to 80% of all long gun sales. Remember, we're going to separate categories. We have handguns and long guns. And basically, 75 to 80% of all long gun sales would fall into the caliber that this bill is going to ban, the type that it's going to ban.
So let's get back to the question. Are there any studies that break down the demographics regarding age, race, and gender?
Yes, I don't have that data specifically with me. I will share that with you based on studies.
I'd really be interested to know who the assault rifle ban affects most.
Vice Chair Knight.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, tell me, how do I pronounce your last name again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Jake is fine, but
Jake.
McWiggin is
All
also.
right, let's go with Jake. I'm good with that.
Much easier.
I know we can't use the props, but I have your letter.
Yes, sir.
And you said the Mossberg 935 would be rendered illegal if the assault weapons ban bill that's on the table were to pass. Can you tell me why?
So
I see in your letter it says it's got a pistol grip.
Yes. So in the past, we end up getting into arguments about features.
Right.
Correct. So previous bills to this have had.
And I acknowledge it's got a pistol grip, which is one of the features.
Correct. So semi-automatic shotgun with a pistol grip would essentially be banned under this bill. Now in the past, when we were dealing with a two-feature test, that would not be the case because obviously the pistol grip would be one of those features.
But when I look, so the devil's in the details, right? The definition that the statute would put forward is for a shotgun, it's a semi-automatic shotgun with a fixed magazine capacity exceeding 6. Or has the ability to accept a detachable magazine and then has a feature. Now, I'm looking at Mossberg's website, which is pretty fancy, but it says the capacity of the 935 is 4+1, one in the chamber, 4 under. So that's 5. I don't think this particular shotgun would come into the statute because its internal capacity is, it's less than 6. Now, if it can be changed to accept a detachable magazine, that's different.
And the tube, there can be different capacities based on obviously the tube. Like if you look at, duck hunting,
Longer
right? If you
tube, more shells, right?
Correct. You put a plug in the chamber,
Sure.
then that obviously blocks the ability to accept different stuff.
Right.
So technically, if you had one that could accept 6 or 8, you put a block in it, that wouldn't comply with the law because it's not rendered permanently blocked. If
I'm
you
sure
will.
we can figure it out. Thank you.
Any more questions? Representative Place.
So just to say again, you're saying that increasingly the demographic purchasing firearms are women and minorities, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And I remember last year, we had a gentleman here testifying that talked about, the origins of gun control is generally racist. And he referenced the fact that California first enacted by under Ronald Reagan, they stopped open carry after the Black Panthers started carrying outside the California State House. And I find it interesting because I was listening to a podcast, unlike my colleague, I was listening to a podcast on the way down here about the Bruin decision. And it reminded me of a amicus brief by the New York Public Defender's Office. And the quote that sticks out for me is that New York enacted its firearms licensing requirements to criminalize gun ownership by racial and ethnic minorities. That remains the effect of its enforcement by police and prosecutors today. Like I said, that kind of thing, I can't get away from the fact all of a sudden the drive to ban assault weapons corresponds with the demographic shift that you just presented today. So I just find that interesting. I don't know if you want to comment. I don't know if you can comment on that.
No, I think it's concerning because we do see a shift in the demographic. That was the point I made. And we're also seeing impediments that make it more difficult for certain populations to exercise their Second Amendment rights, whether we're increasing licensing costs, whether we're increasing training requirements. I oversee lobbying in the whole country, so I'm obviously dealing with a bill in Massachusetts. There's a House bill and a Senate bill. They aren't going to have to conference that. The House bill has a portion in it that deals with a live fire component in order to get a license to carry. And that's an issue because you go to, in Massachusetts, there are very few public places where you can actually go and train. And so that becomes a concern. It becomes another impediment for people to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Most recently in Maryland, they have a permit to purchase a handgun. And it's been struck down by another federal court in Maryland because of the time constraint. Not necessarily the requirements, but it takes 6 months for you to end up buying a handgun because you have to go through the training, you have to go through the police chief, you have to go through the fingerprinting process, and it becomes an issue, and people basically say, all right, enough of that, I don't want to exercise my Second Amendment rights. So they basically struck that down. But to your point on the demographic shift, the pollsters specifically in this is the highest percentage of households and voting households, let's stress that, voting households in America since 1999 with 52% owning a firearm. But it said in the last 10 years, we've seen a grown of 10 points in gun ownership. That's a very stunning number that we very rarely see in any of our polling. Again, as I mentioned before, it has to do with a lot of various situations, right? You had COVID, you had defund the police, you had riots. People wanted to be able to protect themselves. That's what it all came down to. It had nothing, to do with people wanting their exercise of Second Amendment rights. They wanted to protect their family from various, issues going on in the real world.
Representative Agello.
Thank you. Jake?
Yes, ma'am.
I missed part of your testimony, but want to ask you the same question I asked Darren a little while ago about trigger locks and ways to secure a gun without putting it in a safe. I understand one of our colleagues who actually texted me a photograph of an advertisement for a trigger lock that is biometric. So there's no need for a key, no need for fussing around. It's a thumb that can activate the gun, or deactivate the lock, I guess. Are you familiar with that technology?
I am. Yes. Honestly, I have firearms in my home, and I use safes to obviously, depending with my stepson, but I've educated him with firearms. He knows that he's in more trouble if he touches that firearm from me than the actual firearm itself. But biometric safes per se, how many times have you tried to get into your cell phone with a fingerprint and it hasn't worked?
I don't use it for my cell phone.
I'll tell you, I do not have any biometric safes because the amount of times that I've put my finger there and tried to get it to open, it does not open. There was a situation recently where a child had a firearm in the school and basically went to the household, asked the father, how does this child have a firearm? He said, I had it locked up in my safe. You know what happened? Everyone went to that biometric safe and slid their finger on it, and for everybody's finger, it opened up. That's scary. That's really scary. So, the fail-safe there is if you put it in a biometric safe and it opens no matter whose finger goes on that. And actually, it was an Amazon product. There has been a recall, and they put that out there. So, the industry itself, we have supplied provided cable locks forever with handguns and now with long guns. So when you purchase a new firearm at the retail level, it does come with a cable lock. Our organization, the National Shooting Sports Foundation, has distributed 45 million locks throughout America through local law enforcement agencies for that exact purpose. The concern that you have when you make it a mandate is that going to teach proper parenting? That's the issue that we have to address in the room. Because, thank you.
Representative Dawson.
I just want to clarify a couple things. The statistics you gave us about who's buying guns, that was just regular guns, right?
Yes, sir.
We're not here talking about that tonight. We're talking about assault weapons and safe storage. I just want to say something, just to set the tone here. The Second Amendment is not being challenged here. I believe in the Second Amendment. I've supported other bills here that support that. No one is saying you're not going to get it, and that anyone's trying to take your guns away, I should say more articulately. We're here to talk about assault weapons. The statistics that you gave, they're not specific to assault weapons, are they?
First off, it's basically first-time gun buyers, so they're purchasing either
Right.
handguns or, and we can get that stats as the chairman asked for as to what they're purchasing. But, I would like, as the crowd had mentioned, I would like a kind of a proper definition of assault weapon because the way this bill is crafted,
Let's just say AR-15.
Excuse me?
Let's just say AR-15, if you want to know what I'm talking about. Those are the
Well,
ones that have been used in mass shootings.
That's not an assault weapon. An assault weapon, in your opinion, would be a fully automatic, right? This is a semi-automatic version. And again, I gave you statistics where over a 15-year time period, only 2 murders have occurred with the use of a rifle, 0.6%. Focus on the individual and not the instrument. But this bill per se does not deal with what you're talking about. We're talking about a Ruger 1022 rimfire that the Boy Scouts use in camp will be banned based on the definitions in this bill. What happens is that people see this black, scary firearm and they're trying to find a way to ban it because they always say that the manufacturers have exploited loopholes and the loopholes are being used. And so now we have a situation where we have a bill that has a one-feature test which will encompass, like I said, 75 to 80% of the firearms that are sold from our retailers and from our manufacturers, with zero impact on public safety. There is zero impact on public safety. The access to these firearms falls to the issue of people gaining access to these firearms that shouldn't have them in the first place.
Right,
It's a
right.
mental health issue. I was in this building, I've been in this building for way too long dealing with fixed NICS legislation. Right? Fixed NICS legislation essentially said we are going to put those individuals who have been involuntarily committed into the NICS system so they can't purchase a firearm. And we were able to get that accomplished here because that is already a federal prohibitor, right? It's already federally prohibited for you owning a firearm. But I sat in front of numerous committees and I had mental health advocates saying we can't stigmatize mental health. I had people in yellow shirts saying I'm a shield for the Bloomberg organization supporting this legislation. But this is the stuff that is going to make a difference. There is a mental health crisis in this country and nobody wants to address it. The Lewiston, Maine shooter, there were so many red flags and issues with that individual, and it was a bureaucratic nightmare where they could not do what they needed to do up there.
I think
And
we're
that's
going
unfortunate.
beyond the scope of the legislation, and we have a lot of people waiting
That might
here,
have
so.
been my fault.
Well, my
Leader-
fault. It's my fault too.
Leader, do you still
I'm
want?
all set. No, I just want to point out that those statistics, a lot of people are buying a lot more guns. I concede the point, there are more guns than human beings. We're really not here to discuss that. And they're probably buying more guns because we can't stop other people from getting them. But we'll move on.
Okay. Leader Chippendale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to ask a question, but I'm just going to think from that last exchange, I'm just going to make an observation on the safe storage bill. On page 2 at the bottom, line 31 and below it, one of the exemptions from prosecution or from application of this law would be if a child or a prohibited person obtains and discharges the firearm in a lawful act of self-defense or defense of another person. So in this bill, we establish that clearly there is a chance that a child or even a prohibited person may have to use a firearm for their own self-defense or the defense of another. But yet, the rest of the bill makes it impossible for them to access it. So I just wanted to point out that little bit of irony in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. So no further sorry.
I have a very
Representative
brief
Caldwell.
comment. It's not a question. Jake, I just wanted to make a comment on something you said on the safe storage bill. Again, more of an observation, not a question. You spoke about your stepson. I also have 2 kids who are 12 and 9 in my home. And you said you've taught him how, to the power of a firearm, and he would be in more trouble with you than if he got access to that firearm. Very respectfully, the worst thing that can happen when a child gets a hold of a loaded firearm is that he can kill himself or someone else. I'm going to assume that that is not going to be the worst thing that happens if you catch him with that firearm. Maybe he gets his phone taken away, maybe he can't play Fortnite for a couple weeks, or whatever the harsh discipline looks like in your house. But I'm assuming he's not going to lose a life and one of his friends or your household pet or someone else in your family. Because that's the worst thing that can happen if a child gets a hold of a loaded gun. That is not the worst form of punishment a parent doles out.
So we have a
Thank you.
program called.
I think that was a comment as opposed to a question.
Can't respond to that.
You've had a lot of time on right now, and we've got a big room.
I just wanted to point out real quickly.
Very quick.
Our organization has own it, respect it, secure it. What that essentially means is that you take on a responsibility when you possess and purchase a firearm. And
Okay.
depending on that situation and how your situation is in your household is how you should secure your firearm. And that is.
Okay, thank you very much. And next, we have Mary Bodden. Mary?
Thank
Been
you.
waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Mary Barden. I'm the Executive Director of the National Education Association, Rhode Island. Thank you to the committee for hearing my testimony today. I am here to ask you to support both the assault weapons ban, House Bill 7217, and the Safe Storage of Firearms Bill, House 7373, common sense gun legislation. I am a 20-plus year classroom educator. I began my teaching career prior to Columbine in 1999. And I can't explain to you what the era of mass school shootings has done to our schools, to our communities, and to the safe spaces that we have in our schools. Our folks are angry, they're traumatized, they're full of grief and frustration. Since Columbine, I have watched the news, and there have been 394 school shootings in which myself and my colleagues have imagined ourselves in the places of our colleagues across the country. We have watched our colleagues across the country die and their students. And we have asked not if this is going to happen here, but when. And instead of trying to prevent these atrocities, what we do at school is we prepare for them. We cannot accept the status quo, and we can't say it won't happen here. I am sure folks in Maine said it couldn't happen there. I can't explain to you what it's like to prepare with students in a classroom for an active shooter. To draw the shades, to shut the door and see students down the hall, close the door, huddle with kids in a classroom, wonder who's out in the hallway, and somehow we think that doesn't impact students and educators. It does. And I know Rep. Casimiro has gone through those drills and knows what it's like. And you hear that shake in my voice because it's terrifying. And kids are terrified. And so it's hard to explain that trauma to you. And we're exhausted by that. We're exhausted by having to explain that to small children, to special needs students. And I want to give you one example that really made an impact with me. If you're an educator or you have small children, I'm sure you know that the little ones raise the baby chickens at school, and they have the eggs that they raise to the chickens. And in recent research that was conducted about parents' experiences and children's experiences with active shooter drills, one mother's experience shows the heartbreaking reality and why she supports common sense gun legislation. She said, after a drill, my kindergarten son told me, "Mom, I was really worried, though, because the classroom baby chickens will chirp and tell the bad man that we're in there. I started bawling because my son shouldn't be worried about the chickens telling the bad man where he is." By enacting House 7373 and House 7217, you can take steps to prevent gun violence in schools and the need for these drills. H 7217 would ban the use of assault weapons which were used in Sandy Hook, in Nashville, in Uvalde. Specifically, 7373 aims to keep weapons out of the hands of children and prevent a tragedy like the one in Virginia, where a 6-year-old student shot a teacher. This is real for our folks. It makes sense to secure guns around children and people in crisis. Guns used by shooters under age 18 usually come from the home. In up to 80% of incidences, underage shooters obtain their guns from their own home or the house of a relative or friend. H7373 would require safe storage to eliminate that. Schools should be safe, welcoming places for our students to learn and grow, and they should be safe spaces for teachers and educators to work. When we...
There'll be no outbursts. Well, I don't know who it is, but whoever's saying, okay, whoever's saying anything, just keep it to yourself till you get your turn to speak. Okay, thank you. All right, that's enough. Mary, proceed.
I can use my teacher voice if I have to, I suppose. Because that's kind of what I feel like right now. Some things you have to keep to yourself. Our educators and our students deserve safe communities, they deserve safe schools, and they deserve safe campuses. Please support House Bill 7373 and House Bill 7217.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much, both of you. And next is Mike O'Neill and Patrick Crowley. Okay, Mike, proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael O'Neill, Rhode Island Second Amendment Coalition. The lady before me, Mary, I absolutely agree with her security on schools. I've mentioned that many times over the years, how we have no mandates on security in schools. Biometric doors, we don't have any mandatory training for police officers and state police to gather together to run drills through the year to make sure that everyone is prepared and ready so we don't have an Uvalde down in Texas. Now, as far as the assault weapons ban and the Safe Storage Act, I'm going to get into the constitutionality of it. So you have a case that was Gaetano that went to the U.S. Supreme Court that was on stun guns, and their decision was that everything in common use you cannot restrict. Now, come down to O'Neill versus Norona. The same federal judge that denied Gaetano that had to go to the U.S. Supreme Court abided by the U.S. Supreme Court's decision that the stun guns were in common use and that you're violating, Mr. O'Neill, my rights to own a stun gun in Rhode Island. So on that constitutionality, the same thing is going on with assault weapons and also magazines. You have cases in California that have dropped down, that have under Judge Benitez, that basically it's unconstitutional to bar assault weapons and also magazines. Now, the reason why I mention this is because this is not the issue that we have at hand. We have the Attorney General that wants this legislation to pass, but the Attorney General on the other side with all the gun crimes that are going on in Rhode Island in his report is not prosecuting the felons or the convicted felons or multiple felons. He's dropping the gun charges. We have the statistics. We have a report. We have Dan Kessler, who is going to come up and speak. He went through the whole report on the Attorney General's findings as far as what he reported to the General Assembly. He's also shared that all with you. My main point is we have issues with firearms in Rhode Island, then we should prosecute. We should start prosecuting the gangbangers instead of dropping the charges and letting them go away and just do 6 months in prison for a misdemeanor or something like that. So that is the biggest issue in Rhode Island, that the Attorney General is looking at us to pay the price all the time and not actually the criminals to pay the price. So that is my statement, and if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to ask.
Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Patrick?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Patrick Crowley. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Rhode Island AFL-CIO. And we're here today in support of two bills, 7373, the Safe Storage Bill, introduced by Representative Caldwell, and 7217, the Assault Weapons Ban, introduced by Representative Knight. You know, people like to say that we are a pretty powerful movement of working people in the state of Rhode Island. But I know one thing for certain: my union card isn't bulletproof. And one of the key roles of the labor movement is to make sure that when workers go to work, they can be safe, protected, and go home to their family at the end of the day to enjoy the bread and the roses that our labor produces. But too often, mass shootings, or any shootings, are taking place at work. And my members are being killed just because they showed up to work, and someone is unleashing their rage on them. That's why the labor movement's in support of these bills. Now, beyond my members who are being killed at work, my members deal with the fallout of mass shootings. It's unionized first responders who show up to take care of the shooter if he hasn't or she hasn't already taken care of themselves. It's my members who transport the victims to the hospital. It's my members that are waiting at the triage center to put the victim on a gurney to take them upstairs, where my members are waiting for them in the operating room. And at every step of the way, my members are as victimized as anyone who caught the bullets, because they're dealing with the fallout and the trauma, and that doesn't go away. Now, I was gonna say some things. We've done some polling. I'll share it with you later. I mean, it shows overwhelming support for the safe storage bill. I'll get it to you later. But really, let me close by saying this. Mary Barden is my sister. She used to be my boss. She was always my sister. And if the solution to this problem is for a teacher like Mary to lock her door, as opposed to putting weapons out of reach, we've got a serious imbalance in priorities in this state. And I understand emotions run high. But regardless of anything I say, Mary's been there in the classroom. She's held the hands of the children who were afraid that the baby chickens were going to tell them where the bad guy was. And her voice is important for you to consider in this debate. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Any questions of this witness? Thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony. Next, we have a town councilwoman from South Kingstown who has to get to a budget hearing. Patty Alley, is she still here? Yeah. She is, thank you. And well, I can't get his name. Dan Kessler, is Dan here? Yes, I am. Okay. Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Patty Alley. I'm from South Kingstown. My representative is Carol McEntee, and I'm here today to testify in support of Representative Caldwell's Bill 7373. This bill would prevent other Rhode Island families from enduring the same devastation that my family and I have gone through after the suicide of my sister Allie. We met later in life. I became her big sister in 1996 at the unlikely age of 29 when I was reunited with my birth family. Allie was 14, and I was so happy to have her in my life, I could hardly believe my luck. Her full name was Allison Patricia Dos Reis, but she went by the name Allie. For me, Patricia Alley gaining a sister named Allie Patricia was so much of a coincidence, it made the whole thing seem cosmically ordained. Allie and I didn't grow up together as sisters, but we forged our bond of sisterhood through and with our young daughters who are 5 years apart in age. We took our girls to fairs and festivals, on school vacation getaways, and along the way there was a lot of Chinese food and a vast amount of coffee consumed, and we became family. My sister was a hairdresser, and even though she didn't know it, she was like the sun, and we would all reliably end up back in her orbit in 4 to 6 weeks when we needed a haircut. And then, in an instant, she was gone. In the summer of 2020, Allie died by gun suicide. She was 37 years old. The pandemic was rough on people, and like so many others, Allie was suffering the effects of COVID on her business. In addition, her partner had abruptly ended their 10-year relationship days before her death, and without warning, listed their house for sale. He was active duty military, days away from retirement at the time of my sister's death. He referred to the little gun my sister used to kill herself with as his personal carry. When it wasn't on his person, he habitually stored the gun in an easily accessible location known to the family. And when she was at her lowest, she used that gun to end her life. Many Rhode Islanders assume that we have laws like Massachusetts, which require all gun owners to securely store their firearms locked and unloaded when they're not using them. But we don't, and that is outrageous. This bill will change that by bringing Rhode Island law up to par with the strong law in Massachusetts. Right now, Rhode Island's firearm storage law only addresses situations where kids who are 16 or under access a gun and hurt themselves or someone else with it. That didn't protect my sister and did nothing to hold her partner responsible for his careless storage of the weapon and reckless disregard for my sister's well-being. As we've heard today, suicide is often an impulsive act, and if you can prevent access to a gun, you can short-circuit that impulse and save a life. We need to make responsible and secure weapon storage the cultural norm in Rhode Island. And one more thing, if you're a gun owner, chances are that your family know where you keep your personal carry, even if you think they don't. It's been said that time heals all wounds, and I don't know if that's true or not. My daughter said to me that no matter how close or stable you think your family is, it will never be the same after a suicide. Today I heard one of the representatives up here say to the physician that he only saw one side of the coin and that he had not seen the other side. This is my third time trying to tell you what it's like, and I'm not the only one. So again, I tell you that the loss of a loved one to suicide can happen to anybody in this room, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. People have guns in their homes to keep their families safe, but I want you to understand that sometimes we need to keep our loved ones safe from themselves. There are Rhode Islanders right now that may be feeling the same way my sister did. There may even be someone that you love very much who thinks they would be better off dead. My father always taught me that with great power comes great responsibility, and by any measure, guns fit that standard. I sit before you today asking you to make safe and secure gun storage the law in the state of Rhode Island. Please pass this bill to the House floor for a vote and send it to the governor so other families are less likely to endure a loss like the one our family has suffered. Your decision to pass Rep. Caldwell's bill could be the difference in saving the life of someone you love very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty, and thank you for turning your personal tragedy into advocacy. And it's much appreciated when we hear these stories of personal loss. And do you feel that if there had been a Safe Storage Act in effect at the time of your sister's suicide, would she have not killed herself, at least not in that manner?
I absolutely believe that if there had been a safe and secure gun storage law, her partner would have stored the weapon properly, given the totality and the history of the situation. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you, Patty. I know you have to get going, so thank you for coming up. Yeah, you can go. All right.
So sorry for your loss.
And Dan?
Yes. Hi, my name's Dan Kiesler. A couple of you I know personally from over the years. Most of you have probably seen me as I've been coming here for 5 years to speak before this body. I am an NRA and USCCA certified instructor, and in the past 4 years have instructed over 700 people in this state on safe firearm storage and handling, with the help of many other people, of course. But what I'm here to share with you today is we took a look, myself and a few other people spent over 90 hours going through the data from the Attorney General's report on gun crimes in this state. So the numbers I'm talking to you about today are directly involved with things that have happened in this state, not the nation, not anywhere else. And the reason I think that this is relevant is because all of you are elected representatives of the constituents of this state. So I believe that making legislation is your job to do based on this state, not Connecticut or Massachusetts. I'm going to read some numbers to you. I do have some, I heard you say we can't use props, so I did.
That's right.
Oh, yeah. I did bring a copy of the Attorney General's report I was going to hold up, but I won't.
Okay.
I have sent this spreadsheet that I did this analysis on to everyone in both chambers as well as the speakers, so you all have copies of it, and you can go through the data yourselves to validate what I'm going to tell you. There was a claim that 799 gun crimes were processed and discharged between 2022 and 2023. We went through all 799 case files, individually opening them up in Court Connect to look at the dates of the crimes and what they were. And what we found was that only 261 gun charges were actually charged between 2022 and 2023, and the entirety of the rest of those cases were pending from previous years and still in the litigation. And let me reference my notes here. So from that 261 charges, some of them were heinous for sure, but a vast majority of them were carrying without a license or having a standard capacity magazine, which we don't like in this state right now. The majority of them were not violent by nature. Some were, but not all. The majority weren't. So when we looked at the 170, I didn't say that. So from the 261, actual charges, 170 of these people received no jail time for their firearms charges. 261 cases charged between 2022 and 2023, and 170 of those cases, they got no jail time for the firearms charges. And I didn't have time to go through, I spent 90 hours personally analyzing this data, and I didn't say this either. I'm a biomedical engineer, and I've worked in research and development for over 30 years, so that I look at data constantly. It's kind of a geek thing I do. I had a chance to go through 82 of the 170 that had got no jail time, and 23 of those 82 cases I looked at had multiple firearm charges and rap sheets. So they had gone through the system multiple times without being prosecuted for the firearms charges. 51% of all the resolved cases got no jail time. 38% of the unresolved cases are all that occurred during the reporting period from the 799 that were reported by the Attorney General. 46% of firearm charges for that got no jail time and were dismissed. Now, I'm not a lawyer and I don't know how the court system works, but these firearm charges are not being prosecuted, and the Attorney General's own data set shows that extremely clearly. 72% of those charged, these were the scary numbers, and I can't wait to get this year's report, but 72% of people that were charged with domestic violence and firearm charges. In 72% of those cases, the firearm charges were dropped. For folks charged with substance manufacturing and distribution and also firearm charges, 84% of the firearm charges were dropped. So if we're going to create legislation, we need to focus on prosecuting folks that are committing crimes. And the data that our own AG put out does not support that that's the case.
Okay, you're finished, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Representative Knight.
In looking at the data, it's been a while since I've looked at the report. Did you make any distinctions between a district court felony filing and a superior court felony filing when you did your own research on Court Connect?
So, thank you, Representative Knight. The methodology I used, when I started doing this, I was asked by several factions to look at the data and try to extract certain points from it, but I'm an engineer and a data geek, so what I tried to do was see what the data set said. Unfortunately, the file that the AG gave us was just a blank dump of case file numbers, and so we just pulled them up by case file number and went through all of them.
Okay. All right. Are you aware that if you brandish a firearm or discharge a firearm during a crime of violence, our law provides for a consecutive non-parolable jail sentence?
I'm not an attorney, sir.
Well, it's a firearms case issue, right? Because I would suspect that out of that big data dump, once you cull out the pistol without a licenses, once you cull out, you know, the maybe a few people who got picked up for large capacity magazines, and you actually got to the violent stuff, the heinous stuff, I would anticipate that you would see probably uniformly very stiff jail sentences.
I didn't find that to be the case within this data set. I only got to go through, like I said, 82 of the cases that got no jail sentence. And all of those cases that involve crimes of every nature, but the firearms charges were all dismissed, and that's in the data set.
Could that be maybe that a police officer misunderstanding the law charged somebody with a firearms charge, and then when the prosecutor got around to it, maybe looked at something and said, ooh, can I prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? Maybe the evidence is a little weak. Do you think that maybe that came into some of these decisions, that dynamic? Let me save you the trouble. Sure. I want to tell you yes, and I know that Representative Dawson probably has a question.
Sure. I just want to ask you, when you're gathering stuff, are you looking at individual people or each charge?
So the file that was provided by the Attorney General just had case numbers, it had 799 case numbers, and we opened every one of those case numbers, and that showed us the individuals. And then from that, we looked at the charge dates from when the crimes were committed and they were charged, and I could have put the police departments in it if I had time. I spent 90 hours on what I did do. Yeah. So we looked at every individual, but we only were able to look at 82 of the 170 with no jail time, and we saw they were all repeat offenders.
And it was the last year?
It was the 2022-2023 AG report, yes, sir.
I'm just going to make a statement, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but what happens a lot of times, and I bring myself out here, I used to be in charge of the gun court. Rhode Island has a gun court. It's a very successful one, and every case in Providence County, at least, goes to that court. And what frequently happens is somebody will, like this fellow I mentioned earlier from East Providence, he got 100 charges. He's not going to plead to 100. If he makes a deal, I don't know what's going to happen. If he's not going to plead to 100 charges, he's going to plead to some charges, and then in consideration in almost every plea ever, every case, you're going to get counts dismissed in consideration of the plea. And sometimes, and I've had this happen many times, people get arrested more than once, get out, because you're entitled to bail, they get out, get another one. And sometimes, one case will be a little sketchy, this one's strong, a guy will plead to a case, and then they'll dismiss the other case in consideration. So it looks like the guy got dismissed, or he pled, like I had one a couple weeks ago where a guy got serious jail on one case, and he had a stupid case over here. So he got a suspended sentence on this one, and he went to jail on this one. That, I don't, do you have the ability, I don't think you've accounted for that. Because those statistics you're given make no sense to me. I've been to gun court all the time, now I'm a defense attorney. Cases get dismissed on the merits. The gun court in Rhode Island was started, I think it was 92, and it was Buddy Cianci whose idea it was.
I like Buddy.
Yeah, right. And you know, I don't want to name the judge, but one judge has been in charge of that thing for the last 10 years, and it's a hard bargain in there. I respectfully, I find that the majority of the people at the ACI, certainly in Max with violent crimes, are coming out of that court. I'm just a little put off by that, but I respect the fact that you don't have all the information.
I appreciate your comments and thank you, and I will look at that a little more thoroughly, but if I may, I believe the point is that this is a state with a population of 2 million people, according to the last census. 800,000 of those are over at the age of 18, and there were 261 gun crimes charged. That statistically makes Rhode Island either the #1 or 2 safest state in the nation concerning firearms.
We also have the strictest gun laws in the country. Maybe it has something to do with it too. All right, that's just a comment.
Thank you both. Thank you, Rep. Dawson. And Leader Chippendale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kessler, what was the time period, if you said it, I apologize, of the cases? What years did those cases span?
So out of the 799 that the Attorney General said were crimes adjudicated from 2022 to 2023, the dates ranged on those cases from 2014 to 2023. They were all over the place. That's where we pulled out the 261, and we did that based on looking in the individual files and pulling the dates that the police officers charged them with the crimes.
Okay, and that's what I suspected, because it doesn't go through court in 1 year, certainly crimes of that magnitude. To parlay off of my two esteemed colleagues who are defense attorneys and deal with this in court every day and see it.
Understood.
Like we don't, you nor I. You know, the point which they ultimately made, and which they were setting up very, very well, is that the existing firearm laws in the state of Rhode Island have been effective. We do have a very safe state. We can reflect on our experience in the courtroom and why this may be done, why this may plea out. We can reflect on anecdotes. We can talk about a fella a couple of years ago arrested in Middletown with a firearm and released on the street, who ended up murdering somebody a couple of weeks later in Newport with a knife. You know, we can do that all day long. But at the end of the day, Rhode Island is one of, if not the safest states or jurisdictions in the country.
Agreed.
Our laws do work, but there will always be a faction of our population who just frankly doesn't give a crap about laws. The mother of all laws is, you know, you don't kill other people. And yet, we are expecting folks to look at a firearm and say, oh, well, gee, it has it's got a pistol grip on it. Damn it, I can't use that one to kill someone today. So it doesn't really make sense to me where we are right now. We are only, and a lot of folks will preface their support for these bills with, oh, well, I support the Second Amendment. You can't really make that assertion when we've demonstrated that the laws that are in effect now and have been for years are working. There is a segment of the population that they will never work on, and that's, reflecting on earlier testimony, where our focus would best be served, on the mental health issues, on the other drivers of the violence itself, because violence is violence, whether it's done with a firearm, whether it's done with a knife, whether it's done with a Bowie knife, I think someone mentioned earlier. Was it a Bowie knife? or a biblical age gardening tool, you know, such as Cain and Abel. It's going to happen. I think we're in good shape with Rhode Island's firearm laws now, and I think the data supports that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Next is Melissa Carden. And, oh, Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question of this witness, sir? I didn't notice that she had a question. Come on back.
Come on back.
I'm back.
Thank you. So just to be sure I heard you right, it was 72% of those charged with domestic violence, you said, of the 733, where the firearm charges were dropped.
That's correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
That's correct.
And the ones that had drug offenses were up to 84%?
That is also correct.
Okay. I think that's the problem right there. So instead of going after law-abiding citizens, we need to put tougher charges on these criminals. It seems to be a common theme in this state where we just slap them on the hand and let them go. And now what are we doing? We're going after the innocent people. It doesn't make any sense here. Something's got to give. Something's got to change.
May I comment?
Okay.
Quickly,
Very quick,
I promise.
please.
I agree with your statement, and I also think that that if the firearms community were brought into negotiations for drafting these bills, we buy the firearms, we use them, we train the people in the state to use them. We know how the people that aren't supposed to have them get them, and if we were brought to the table, we care about people's lives and safety as well, and we would help you write bills that would keep the guns out of the hands of the criminals without interfering with the honest, law-abiding citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we have Melissa Carden. Melissa, welcome. And Colonel Bradford Connor. Melissa, why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Dear Chairman Craven and members of the House Judiciary Committee, my name is Melissa Carden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence. We're a group of organizations, advocates, and educators who address gun violence as an urgent public health issue. Members and supporters include Kids Count, the Rhode Island Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Nonviolence Institute, the National Education Association of Rhode Island, the Rhode Island AFL-CIO, as well as various and diverse faith congregations across the state. We're all in agreement that public safety is paramount in a civilized society, and we must be doing all we can to keep our communities and our families safe from preventable gun violence. I'm here today in support of Rep. Caldwell's Secure Storage Bill 7373 and Rep. Knight's Assault Weapons Ban Bill 7217. On assault weapons, we must ask ourselves if we want to be the state where people come to buy these deadly weapons, or rather join our neighbors in Massachusetts and Connecticut and ban them. Many have said we won't ban these weapons until we experience a mass shooting. Like many of you, we refuse to accept this. Polling shows that over 70% of Rhode Islanders support banning assault weapons. A majority of our state legislators and all 5 statewide office holders support a ban, yet this legislation hasn't been brought up for a vote in 11 years. What are we waiting for? On secure storage, we know that most school shooters get their weapons from home, and that 60% of gun deaths in the state are by suicide, which is why securely storing firearms is so important. The big lie is that a gun will make you safer. Data shows the mere presence of a gun in a household puts everyone in the house at 3 times the more risk for suicide and at double the risk for homicide. Anger and easy access to firearms is a most deadly combination. And as Rep. Caldwell noted, it's not mental health. Research shows people with mental health diagnoses are more likely to be victims of crime, not perpetrators. And all other developed countries have the same percentage of citizens with mental health diagnoses. But what they don't have is easy access to firearms. It's not video games, it's not proper parenting, it's easy access to firearms. I've also heard a lot of arguments over the past couple days about bad guys coming into the house in the middle of the night and needing to be protected from these bad guys in the middle of the night. But in fact, most break-ins happen during the day. So the idea of the boogeyman in the middle of the night is just a lie that the gun industry tells people so that they'll buy more guns. We've heard a lot of that tonight. Thank you for your consideration of this important legislation. It's time to vote these bills out of committee and send them to the floor.
Thank you, Melissa. Any questions of this witness? Vice Chair Knight.
Melissa, did your organization do a poll in the recent past regarding public support for either one of these bills?
Yes, both had over 70% support, public support. Yep,
Okay, thank you. That's of Rhode Islanders, right?
correct.
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you. Colonel?
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Colonel Brad Connor. I am the Chief of Police with the Warwick Police Department, and I am here tonight as a representative for the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association as their president. And I'm here tonight to show our support for House Bill 7373, the safe storage of firearms. We believe that this is a common sense approach to keeping firearms out of the hands of children and those prohibited from possessing a firearm. This is an important step towards preventing tragic accidents involving firearms, particularly those involving children and individuals experiencing mental health crises. Additionally, firearms not secured properly can be stolen and used in crimes of violence and can present a danger to law enforcement and the community. These measures are not intended to infringe upon the rights of responsible gun owners, but rather to promote responsible practices that prioritize safety for all. This bill still allows for the weapon to be carried upon the person or within such proximity that the firearm can be readily retrieved. Advancements in secure storage containers even allow for the weapon to be safely secured but accessed by the rightful owner within seconds if needed for protection. This is certainly a bill that will make our community safer, and for that, we support its passage. Lastly, I would like to add that the Rhode Island Police Chiefs Association does support the following bills submitted on behalf of the Rhode Island Attorney General's Office. First one is House Bill H7827, which disqualifies individuals with prior felony convictions from purchasing or possessing a firearm, and House Bill 7829, making it unlawful for any person under the age of 18 to possess a firearm. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Colonel. Any questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony. Next is Emily Shearer, Emily, and Ed Triano. Is Ed here? Oh, here he is. Okay, Emily, you're a doctor. Why don't you proceed? Oh, is your light red on the, okay. Is it red now? Press hard. No?
Is everyone able to hear me? Okay. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Emily Shearer, and I'm an emergency physician in the state of Rhode Island. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to testify about these important issues today. I am strongly in support of both bills that are being considered today. I want to give you a little bit about my training history. I got my undergraduate training at Cornell University, and I completed my medical training at Stanford University in California. I also have 2 master's degrees in public policy and in health policy, and so I have also examined these issues through the lens of policy in addition to the firsthand experience that I have in the emergency departments of Rhode Island. I work for Lifespan, which means that I work in our only level 1 trauma center here in Rhode Island, which is Rhode Island Hospital, in addition to the Hasbro Pediatric ER, where I have witnessed gun violence against children, the Merriam Hospital, and Newport Hospital. I want to start with some personal testimony about instances of gun violence that I've experienced as a physician. In my very first week as a physician here in Rhode Island, I did a shift at the Hasbro Pediatric ER. 3 children under the age of 18 that night came in due to gun violence. One of them did not make it. One of them had to have a scalpel taken to his chest to spread his ribs open and to relieve the amount of blood that had accumulated in his left lung due to being shot by someone else. A week later, I was in the adult ER. I saw a woman who was 37 weeks pregnant come in with a bullet injury to her head. Her partner had shot her in the head in a moment of anger during a domestic dispute. Her partner came to the ER and relayed to the providers there that he immediately regretted what he had done. I want to echo Dr. Napov's testimony in that gun violence is something that we see every day, unfortunately, in our emergency departments, and it is something that I believe that these bills at stake here could address. In particular, I want to echo that in that second situation, I do believe that safer storage of assault weapons could have saved that woman's life by giving her partner more time to be a little bit more clear-headed about whatever dispute that they were having. I want to speak a little bit also about some of the testimony that I have heard today. I'm worried about the lack of medical expertise that some people who have testified here today seem to feel able to conjecture about. In terms of mental health, I want to echo what one of my colleagues just said, which is that the United States is not different from any other OECD or industrialized nation, including the UK or Canada, in our rates of mental health. Their children do not play less violent video games than our children play. The difference between these countries is the difference in gun legislation. I also want to talk a little bit about what someone from the NRA testified about with regards to this being an issue of mental health. I feel very strongly that we should not further stigmatize the people of Rhode Island who suffer from mental health and put the onus on them. I feel very strongly that it is about the tools that we have available to help people, including taking these dangerous tools out of their hands. I think, sorry, just got a little bit emotional. It is very upsetting for me to hear someone who does not have credentials in medicine or in mental illness or in psychiatric illness to conjecture about the ways in which someone could otherwise easily commit suicide, when the data from those medical professions, including psychiatry, are very, very clear that the number one risk factor for completing suicide is having a firearm in the house, and that people do not, as Representative Caldwell mentioned, just drive to Newport Bridge as a second alternative. That's not the way the human mind works, and that's very clear in the data. I find it dangerous that people without medical training in those areas feel the ability to conjecture about those things. I also want to make a point about teaching kids about gun safety from my medical perspective. In pediatrics, we learn about the developmental milestones of children. It is very clear from our study of children and how they develop that they are not able to understand information about gun safety until long after they have the physical dexterity to be able to handle those tools. And in fact, some people think that children do not have the ability to understand this until after they are 18, which is perhaps why we don't allow children to buy guns. I do not know if that person is still here in the room, but my medical advice to him and to any person who came to my ER with a child would be that simply telling your child that a gun is dangerous is, by the literature and by the evidence, not enough to protect them from guns in the home. I also want to address a point that was made by the person who testified from the NRA. He testified that the national gun ban, or excuse me, assault weapons ban, that expired several years ago did not decrease crime. This national legislation, as I'm sure many of you here know, as policymakers, did decrease massacres by 37%. And when those federal regulations...
Doctor?
Yep.
Can you hold on for just a second?
Yep.
For everyone in the room, if you're going to have a background conversation, there's a whole state house to have it in. But please don't do it in here, because I'm trying to listen to the doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. When those federal regulations lapsed, massacres of people over the number of 6 skyrocketed by 183%. And so to say cavalierly that crimes did not change due to that legislation, in my opinion, massacring people is a crime, and I think that that was very cavalier to say. In summary, as an emergency medicine physician in the state of Rhode Island and as a member of both the American College of Emergency Physicians in Rhode Island and the Rhode Island Medical Society, both of whom also strongly support both of these bills, I really urge you to pass both of these bills. In my field, we practice evidence-based medicine. We go with what the evidence says. I think that the evidence is overwhelmingly clear that guns are a public health issue in the United States, and I would urge you to hold yourselves to the same standards of evidence that you would expect me to treat your loved ones in if they came to the ER. My worst nightmare is to come here year after year only to say that one year we could not avoid one of these massacres. And to be honest, that is the worst nightmare that I have when I go to work.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions of this witness? Representative Place.
I think you're right. In the recent years, gun violence has been coined has become a public health issue. And obviously, in past years, we've had Rhode Island's health director coming in and everything like that. But you mentioned evidence-based. If it weren't for firearms, are you aware of the CDC literature dealing with, if it weren't for firearms, the number of victims that you would see as opposed to what you see now? So defensive use, have you looked at any of the defensive use statistics around firearms and the prevention that they afford to potential victims or victims of crime?
My knowledge of the data is that having a firearm in your home increases your odds of you or one of your loved ones by 3-fold compared to the odds of protecting someone in your household.
So, on the record at the Supreme Court, said firearms are used 2.5 million times per year for people to defend themselves. And a Center for Disease Control and Prevention report commissioned by President Barack Obama reviewed the literature surrounding firearms use and noted that studies that directly assess the effects of actual defensive use of guns have found consistently lower injury rates among gun-using crime victims compared with the victims who use other self-protective strategies. Again, you said evidence-based. This is, I can't do anything more than quote what our judicial system uses as statistics. And again, we can go back and forth, but the evidence shows having a firearm prevents you from being injured during a crime, and in this case, 2.5 million times. So again, the evidence shows 2.5 million times. I can't imagine how many more people you would see in your ER if it weren't for that defensive use of firearms.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing up the point. For any data to be meaningful, you need to have numerators and denominators. You're only presenting one side of that fraction. In my line of work, everything that we do comes with risks and benefits. There's no medicine that I can prescribe that comes 100% risk-free, but I have to make decisions based on what's in the best interest of my patients. I think that the abundance of evidence is overwhelmingly clear that gun violence is a public health issue that is not compensated for the number of times that people use it to defend themselves in this country.
Well, again, we'll continue with the numerators and denominators. You're only using one side of the equation to two, in that you're only seeing the folks that are actually injured. You're not seeing the folks that aren't injured by firearms use. And again, we can go back and forth. I don't want to play tennis. So again, statistics can be used by both sides to prove their points. Regardless of what we are wearing, regardless of our jobs, there's statistics out there on both sides.
I just want to make a point that I actually do see the people who aren't injured by firearms. I do see people who are suicidal who come to our ER for help before they turn to things like gun violence. So I'm not sure if I misunderstood the question, but I do see people beyond just people who come in with firearm violence.
Thank you, Doctor. Next, Ed. Ed, anybody else have a question? No, I guess not. Sorry. Ed Troiano? Did I say it right?
You did.
You did. Go ahead, Ed. From the AG's office, am I correct?
That's correct, ma'am. Thank you,
you.
Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Attorney General to testify in support of House Bill 7217, which defines assault weapon, the features of assault weapon, and bans the manufacture, sale, purchase, and possession of assault weapons in Rhode Island, barring certain exceptions. My reason for supporting the bill is simple. It will help protect the public and potentially save lives. I make the assertion not because of a personal philosophy or statistic or study. I base it on my 30 years of specialized experience in combating firearm-related violent crime and the illegal possession and use of firearms. That experience consists of 25 years as a federal agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and the past 5 years as the Chief of the BCI Division of the Attorney General and head of the Attorney General's Violent Crime Initiative. That experience has led me to a simple conclusion that while there is no one single piece of legislation that is going to stop gun crime or prevent a mass shooting, this legislation will add another layer of protection against gun violence. It will help stem the future flow of these weapons from legal sources to those using them for illegal purposes in Rhode Island, while still allowing individuals who currently legally own these firearms to continue to possess them. Having been a member of ATF's tactical team for years, I carried an assault weapon. I know what it's capable of. I'm very familiar with it. And more importantly, it's not something that I ever wanted to see on the other side of the doorway when I came through executing a search warrant. This legislation will help protect the public and save lives by minimizing the availability of these weapons to be used in violent crime. And now I've heard the argument repeatedly that these firearms are not an issue in Rhode Island. Only law-abiding citizens would be prevented from buying these types of guns. That's just not true, and that comes from experience. And so let me give you an example. The Attorney General's Violent Crime Task Force, the investigators involved with it, and the office itself and our prosecutors had an investigation involving two individuals by the name of Devin Barbosa and Shardesa Reed. Ms. Reed went into a licensed firearms dealer in Rhode Island and straw purchased for Mr. Barbosa a mini Draco AK, which for those of you that are probably not familiar with that gun, fires a 7.62 millimeter round. It's a pistol. That round can penetrate any body armor that a police officer has on, and because it's a pistol, is readily concealable. After Ms. Reed purchased that firearm and transferred it to Mr. Barbosa, who incidentally went into the store and helped pick it out, 10 days later, he was arrested for firing it off the roof of a building which was next to a preschool. This is not a one-off. There are other examples. Rhode Island is not exempt from criminal use of these firearms. We're not immune from a mass shooting. We've just been lucky. Lucky one of the children in that incident I described were not hit. Lucky Providence police officer Rob Savage, who was shot at in his cruiser by an assailant using an AR-15, was not killed. And I hope that it will not take one of these individuals or one of these children to be killed to finally move the needle on this legislation and get it to the floor for a vote. Now, besides my prepared remarks, I'd just like to clarify a couple of issues that I've heard come up. The first is, and the doctor mentioned this as well, that we make this generic reference to federal studies that there was no decrease in crime. Well, let's be specific to the topic we're talking about. And the topic we're talking about is a decrease in gun-related violent crime. And one of the federal studies that we hear quoted is from the National Institutes of Justice, published in 1999, which concluded, evidence suggests that the ban may have contributed to a reduction in the gun murder rate and murders of police officers by criminals armed with assault weapons. I think that fairly definitively addresses the exact topic of assault weapons and their effect on violent crime. I also hear repeatedly that we want to pigeonhole this to AR-15s. This is an assault weapon ban. It's a ban on pistols, rifles, and shotguns. Apologize. I guess my time is up.
Your time is up, but if you want to wrap it up quickly.
Okay, one other quick question. I'm sorry, quick response. And it's unrelated, but it needs to be addressed because I was frankly very surprised that I heard opposition to a NIBIN-related bill. NIBIN is not a gun control measure. It's a forensic tool, and it's used only to compare the ballistics information from firearms seized in crimes. And that particular technology was instrumental in solving the homicide of Maya Brophy and to a RICO investigation that I conducted while in my last year as an ATF agent on Chad Brown members who were responsible for 7 shootings that were linked together by one firearm, including a young woman who lost an eye. So I would please hope that all the Second Amendment folks would support that legislation because it has nothing to do with topics that are objectionable. It is a crime-fighting tool. Thank you for your time, and I apologize for going over.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Knight.
Mr. Troiano, I appreciate the I appreciate that you brought up that last point, because it does seem like anytime there's any bill out there that even touches on the physical device of a firearm in any way, shape, or form, for whatever purpose, there's objections galore, and I have trouble with folks who have a blanket public policy objection to the device itself, no matter what the reason that goes into it. And it tells me that oftentimes I think some of the arguments are manufactured, frankly, just because they want to support the objection, but they don't hold water. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you, Representative.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Place.
Thank you. During the debate on the floor, during the passage of the standard capacity magazine ban, I made a statement that when this bill goes into effect, that bill would go into effect. I looked up at everybody watching, and I'd like you to turn around real quick and take a look at the audience behind you, okay? The average person who is arrested and charged on the high-capacity magazine ban right now in Rhode Island, is it demographically representative of the people sitting behind you?
Representative, I don't know the statistics of whether it would or would not be demographically representative.
Okay, so can you give me assurances that this assault weapons ban wouldn't be used to, or have the effect to prevent certain communities from possessing firearms, disproportionately impacted by this?
I can most definitely give you an assurance that any members of the Violent Crime Initiative that I am in charge of would enforce the law regardless of race, creed, ethnicity, gender, or any other purpose. The law, as we investigate it, is applied to violations that we become aware of, we investigate, and we prosecute. That's the beginning and the end of it.
But does the statistics show that?
As
You're
I say-
saying that is your goal, but do the statistics show, again, so far right now, as far as I know, the only testimony that's been brought before this committee on the high-capacity magazine ban on who's been charged with has been an African-American woman. And I'm just wondering, are we, in the days where we're constantly trying to make sure that the laws we pass don't disproportionately affect different communities, can we do that with this law? Because I know, in the opinion of, again, I look at different amicus briefs to the Supreme Court in the past, they feel that it wasn't a matter of it necessarily was a outright attempt to stop certain people from owning firearms, but it was a result was the police enforcement. It's just the way it had to happen.
Please, I think that's an important consideration and an important point that you bring up. But the only thing that we as law enforcement can do is to enforce the law equally as it comes to our attention. And so I don't think that we can pick and choose who we decide to investigate or not investigate. That's fact dependent, and that's as it should be.
Okay, we would wrap it up. Thanks for both of you testifying. Yes. Oh, you got a witness? I'm sorry. I mean, a question?
Mr. Troiano, how are you this evening?
Good, Rep. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. It was nice talking with you earlier as well. Quick question. So we spoke about Mr. Barboza and the straw purchaser girlfriend. What sentence have they received? Is it still in process of being adjudicated?
They both were successfully prosecuted with guilty convictions. I don't recall the sentences, Rep. I apologize.
I'm going to look them up on Court Connect. Could you give me the first names and last names of the girlfriend I missed?
Sure. The last name is Barbosa. Spelling on the first name is, I believe, Devin. The second individual was last name Reed, Reid. First name Shardeza, I believe, Shardisa.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Rep.
Okay, thank you. Two next witnesses, Paul LeBond. And Tanya Pereira, she has a baby and she's got to get out of here. Hopefully not having a baby. Is Tanya here? Okay. Why don't you pull that, maybe the clerk can help you. You do?
Testified before the Senate House in Washington.
Well, we're the minor leagues then.
No, you're not. You're right there in my book. My name is Paul Laban. I grew up in Woonsocket. I was one of 4 brothers. My 3 older brothers all graduated from high school at 18, went to work at General Motors. I was a smart one, or maybe the nasty one, because none skidded me through a couple of grades. I graduated at 16. My high school social studies teacher, Wilfred Godin, he talked me into going to Rhode Island Junior College. He was elected as delegate to the 1973 Constitutional Convention, and he said, Paul, I got a gig for you. You're going to be a page. You're going to get dressed up. Now, this room has a lot of emotion for me, because this is where I was a page, and back in 1973, when I was 16 years old, I would come in here, and retired Justice Powers, who the building across the street named after, would be sitting there, and he was blind. And my job was to go over to him and say, Justice Powers, are you ready to go into the chamber? And I would walk him in. I also met another gentleman in there who became a mentor to me, a sharp young lawyer from Providence who convinced me to go to law school. We all know him today as Judge Caprio. And I pray for the man every night because I know how ill he is. Now, I'll fast forward because I know you're limiting my time. And
5 minutes.
I'm 5 minutes. Oh, I know. He's going to get the hook, right?
Well, we got a lot of people waiting, but
I was a consultant for an international consulting firm. We'd had meetings. They'd say, there was a sign on the wall, don't ask Paul Laban what time it is, he'll tell you how to build a clock. But I'll try to be quick. So, I moved to Texas in 1990. My son was born on October 18th, 1990. We lived in a small town. I was a volunteer EMT. On October 16th, 1991, 2 days before my son's birthday, we went down to Killeen, Texas. My wife's nephew was graduating the military from at Fort Hood. We're leaving with the family, and we're trying to figure out where to go. Well, my wife wanted to go to Chili's. I wanted to go for Mexican food. My 7-year-old said, oh, let's go to Luby's Cafeteria, because where else can you get a hamburger, a boiled egg, and eggs? So we were driving down, and all of a sudden, this emergency vehicles were coming up. We got down there and realized that a pickup truck had slammed into the front of the Luby's Cafeteria. So my wife said, Paul, you're an EMT, go help. A man by the name of George Hennard, a 30-year-old, had literally driven his his pickup truck, into the Luby's Cafeteria. There was a veterinarian at a table who thought he would go help him. He blew his face off. He killed 23 people. I walked in, and today, 31 years later, I can still see those bodies. Okay, I was expecting, I worked kids at Little League baseball games, sprained arms, I saw this car wreck, 23 dead bodies. The only thing I could think to do was, I took a bottle of salad oil and I went around putting crusts on people's foreheads. We were 200 miles from home. Well, we weren't going to drive home. So that night, my wife and son were sleeping sound, but I spent the night sobbing, holding my 2-year-old son, my 363-day-old son, thinking that had we gotten there 20 minutes earlier, he could have died on his 2 days before his first birthday. In that room, there were children crying who had dead parents laying on top of them. Now, I was a gun guy. I grew up in Woonsocket, hunting in North Smithfield. When I got to Texas, I got a concealed permit. I became a real Texan. I had a pickup truck. I had a gun safe in my console. I had a concealed permit. That day, right there, I had a gun. Now, when I got home, after this all, I didn't get rid of my gun because I had a lot of friends, who... Am I done? Is that it?
almost. 1 more minute.
Okay.
Tell me what you really need to tell me.
Okay, so We had some friends of mine and I bought a ranch in the Texas Hill Country. There are 1,000 law enforcement retirees there. Now, the head of the they have a bunch of indoor shooting ranges, right? Now, between these 1,000 guys, I know the head of them. Collectively, they own over 30,000 guns, but no one has an assault rifle in their house. They're all in lockers at these 24 by 7 shooting ranges. Okay, and and Mickey said to me, he says, we don't need the government, we take care of ourselves. We got our guns locked up there. If we see some guy walking on the street with an assault weapon, we know he's a bad guy. So my suggestion here is kind of a hybrid. You know, don't ban the assault weapons, but ban them being visible on the streets. Get Joe Palino on the job to build these shooting ranges with lockers. Let people keep their guns, keep their assault weapons in the lockers. I lived in Carrollton, Texas, a small town, beautiful downtown square with a gazebo. The crazies, the militia that lived in the woods on Saturdays would walk around with guns just because they could. My 8-year-old grandson said, Grandpa, are those men going to shoot us? Children shouldn't be physically exposed. Children shouldn't live in the country, shouldn't hear rapid-fire guns going off. Again, in Texas, most communities have sound ordinances. So, you know, I'd like to, I mean, I know I've got a lot to say, and
I know you do.
Maybe sometime we can get together
Yeah.
and share some.
Absolutely.
Okay.
But thank you for your testimony.
One other thing, it's just a quick mention, okay? I can still remember, guns and mass shootings cause massive community trauma. I wrote this book 3 years ago. It's titled An Outpouring of the People's Love. It's not about the Kennedy assassination. It's about the last 24 hours of his life, because people thought he drove downtown, shot, and got boom. But no, he was in 4 cities around the state. I put it in this book. 60 years later, when the president comes to Dallas, they shut, so if you were coming here, they would shut down from 95 north and south, from the airport to the state line, and nothing would move. Okay? That's how they still have that hangover in Dallas. Monday, I was in New Hampshire. I was invited to meet President Biden. There's a YMCA in Goffstown, a little country road, you know, whatever. So that kind of trauma. And so here in Rhode Island, you've had a major trauma, the Station nightclub fire.
Yep.
And, you know, you don't need that again. And, you know, last summer, there was that guy that shot the coach and whatever, that Dragnet 295 shut down, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. You know, Rhode Island doesn't need that kind of trauma. But, and I respect both sides, you know, but, you know, you're all with the yellow T-shirts, you know, just lock them up, put them away, don't be trotting around on the street with them. I know, as a famous man once said, there are good people on both sides, and I agree, the red shirts and the yellow shirts, but let's find a happy medium.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, that's enough.
Take the little guy home.
He's my stroke alert dog.
Yeah.
Thank God he didn't bark, because I just got worked up.
Okay.
He's alerted me twice.
So is Tanya here? Tanya, come on up. And come on up, Tanya. And Dan Patterson, come on up. And then Matt McCoy, you're after that. Now we're down to the 2 minutes, so.
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tanya Pereira. I am a lifelong Rhode Island resident. You've heard today how the safe storage and assault weapons ban are a violation of our federal constitution and our state constitution, and neither of these bills, amongst others, meet the Bruin test. So I'm not going to go and reiterate these points. Tonight, I want to ask the committee to take the next minute and forget all of your preconceived notions regarding firearms. Forget your political affiliations, and forget any predetermined deals you may be considering. Forget it all. I am a new mom, and I want to ask you to use logic and reason in reviewing these bills that directly impact my safety and my son's safety. If passed, the safe storage bill would require me to secure my firearm in order to render it inoperable in my own home. This is the exact language that you used, inoperable. What am I supposed to do when a criminal who doesn't follow these laws breaks into my home? Every second, every fraction of a second that passes before I am able to make my firearm operable puts me at risk and puts my son at risk. This 1 second delay is all a criminal needs to overpower me. The assault weapons bill is banning firearms based on safety features. A telescopic stock allows me to adjust the stock and shoot a long gun safely. A pistol grip and a foregrip allows me to safely maneuver a long gun. A shroud around the barrel stops me from being burned. I rely on these safety features, especially if I have one arm because my other arm is holding my son. Why would you support banning a firearm on the basic safety features? Isn't this committee supposed to be in support of firearm safety? Instead of putting resources into fear-mongering our children, I would really love to see this committee pass legislation that would encourage firearm safety and firearm education within our community. Why not foster a relationship with gun clubs and gun shops and gun ranges in our state? These places deal with firearm education and firearm safety on a daily basis. So don't you think it would be a good idea to get their input on how to foster safety within our community? Don't restrict my ability to defend my life and my son's life against criminals in our state. Forget your political alignments. I ask you to please use your common sense and reason in reviewing these bills. It's very easy to overlook the implication of these bills if they don't affect you. But don't put every woman, every mother, and every family at risk just to fulfill an agenda. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Tanya. Dan?
There we go. Dan Patterson, 332 South County Trail, Exeter. And once again, I'm up here. We know everybody. Year 14. I'm not going to dwell too much on the assault weapons ban. A lot of that's been talked about. I'm against 7217, the assault weapons ban, 7269, one gun a month, 7373 storage, and then 7268, which is sale of firearms safety course and test. For the record, a lot of you already know, I am a licensed federal firearms dealer, and the issue with the assault weapons ban, when you go through there, I'm going to tell you, just Google German gun laws and look at the gun laws from 1928 and 1933. There's a lot of glaring similarities. Also, Chapter 47, Weapons, Rhode Island General Law, 11-47-41, government firearm registration is prohibited under Rhode Island state law. It calls for complete registration in that bill. I'm going to go to sale of firearms because I'm a dealer. We went through this a couple years ago. I was butting heads with Representative Knight on that one at the time. I go through here. Currently, what we do a federal form 4473. I do a background check with the FBI. The state of Rhode Island has two forms for the state background check. One says long gun, shotgun. The other one says pistol, revolver. I go through this. We've changed to one form, firearm, and we get down to line 23, type of firearm. When we were here before discussing the changes in the background check law, no one listened to the FFLs that were here. There was probably a half dozen. This new bill that's changing it to one form, and I said this before, I'm going to say it again. I am not required to get a photo ID with this form. This form is from 1986. The only thing they're really changing is a couple lines. If we go forward with this, you really need to sit down with a group of the people on the front line that are doing this kind of stuff. So, and if I still got a few more minutes in regards to your safe storage, Tanya here is very active with the Federated. During COVID, one thing we do when we sell a firearm, new shooters. Number one, are you a Rhode Island resident? New shooters. Talk to them. Children in the house. Any kind of classes. We work with these people, any new shooter, anybody that's an experienced shooter. Also during COVID, we had so many people coming in all over the state that have never owned a firearm, buying firearms. the Federated, Rhode Island Revolver, a couple other groups, we were providing free safety training to make sure no one had an accident. We were going to different ranges across the state. We did one at my farm on a Saturday. In the course of 12 hours, we did 3 courses and ran 65 people in a 12-hour period. This is when the majority of the state was shut down. We didn't care what the governor was saying. We don't want accidents with firearms in the trade.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Matt McCoy and Patrick, I'm sorry, there's some questions. I'm sorry, I apologize.
So, you're a firearms dealer. Have you had the, have you, and an instructor? Have you handled a compliant Massachusetts semi-automatic rifle?
What Massachusetts?
Well, just bear with me. Have you handled one before?
No, that's another thing I want to clarify, because we had the executive director make a statement here, not only tonight, she did it last night over in Senate, that Rhode Island, people are coming from Connecticut and Massachusetts to buy AR-15s and assault weapons. The clarification on an out-of-state sale, a legal one from a firearms dealer in Rhode Island, I am allowed to sell and ship a long gun to a person in another state, provided, and this is as part of my ATF agent, we have our own ATF agents, we have their cell numbers, any questions, I can call them 7 days a week. I am allowed to sell a long gun to someone in another state, provided it is legal in their state. We do work with some military groups, some fundraisers, and they'll raffle off a couple of 22 rifles, Henry Lever Actions. These people do have to come to the store in Rhode Island. They're going to fill out the 4473. They're also going to fill out the state background check. With the new rules that was enacted 3 or 4 years ago with the state background check, that goes to the Rhode Island State Police. It'll take them, sometimes it takes them about 9 days because they have to get a hold of a law enforcement agency in the other state. Have never sold, never touched an alleged assault weapon from Connecticut or Massachusetts.
Well, like I said, a compliant one. You've never handled a compliant one?
No, but...
Because again, I mean, all we're talking about is just change different features. The functionality of the firearm is the same. There's just a couple of features that are changed on them from state to state.
I'll give you an example of an alleged compliant assault rifle. I have a Colt Sporter, they call it, that I bought during the height of the federal assault weapons bill. It does not have a bayonet lug. It does not have a collapsible stock. Other than that, it is the same as a firearm right now.
Okay. Thanks, Dan. Thank you. Matt McCoy and Patrick Gretchen. Is Patrick Gretchen here? Piedmont Street, Cranston? Huh? Okay, bye-bye. Councilman, how are you?
Excellent, Chairman, thank you. Chairman Craven and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Matthew McCoy. I'm a resident of North Kingstown, Rhode Island, and Representative Julie Casimiro is my state rep. I am a veteran of the U.S. Navy. I served 23 years in the U.S. Navy. During my time in the service, I was qualified and carried both semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons in the performance of my duties. So I'm familiar with the types of weapons that we are discussing in these types of legislation. I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action, Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence. I am also a mental health first aid instructor, certified by the National Council for Mental Well-Being. There's been some discussion about mental health during tonight's hearing, and I would just like to point out that according to the Centers for Disease Control, that mental illnesses are common in the United States. More than 1 in 5 U.S. adults live with a mental illness. Over 1 in 5 youth ages 13 to 18, either currently or at some point in their life, have had a serious debilitating mental illness. And about 1 in 25 U.S. adults lives with a serious mental illness such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or major depression. Being involved in the veterans community here in Rhode Island, I have also worked with the Rhode Island Department of Health, Rhode Island Office of Veteran Services, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the VA, on something called the Governor's Challenge, which is meant to reduce suicide here in the state. And my focus is part of that group was on lethal means safety. And the reason for that is because 2/3 of the veterans who die by suicide do so with a firearm. So the bottom line up front here for you and your committee is that I would like to see you move the safe storage bill and assault weapons ban out of committee to the floor for a vote. At the beginning of this hearing, Chairman Craven, you talked about how there's the procedure to hold these bills for further study. I understand that process. But having been here 5-6 years in a row, I look around, I don't think there's anyone here that hasn't heard anything tonight that you haven't heard before. We've heard from law enforcement, faith leaders, educators, union officials, child advocates, ER docs, gun violence survivors, veterans, general officers, prosecutors, and students. Now's the time to get it done. That's the bottom line. Now's the time to get it done. Let's get this out of committee. Let's get it to the floor for a vote, and let the elected officials decide. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Did Patrick Gretchen show up? Is Richard Savazini or Savatzia? That's you? Come on, come forward, please. And I don't see the other fellow. Tony Moratini? Come on up, Tony. Richard, have a seat.
Dear representatives and distinguished members of this committee, my name is Richard Savaria. I reside in North Smithfield, Rhode Island. I speak to you today as a law-abiding and EMS responder and one who has served honorably in the United States Marine Corps. I'm a combat veteran of Vietnam. The proposed gun bills before you will not make Rhode Island citizens safer, nor will it reduce gun violence, but instead put Rhode Islanders at risk, as criminals do not abide by your laws. The fallacy of passing gun control bills that directly undermine the law-abiding citizens' ability to protect themselves will only end in tragedy. Criminal activity will increase as the odds will be in the criminal's favor. The Second Amendment guarantees the right to bear arms. That right applies to law-abiding citizens only, not criminals. Yet, with the laws in place, criminals still acquire and use firearms to commit crimes. That right to bear arms was put in our Constitution to protect its citizens from enemies, foreign and domestic. With the events taking place today with our open borders, give that some thought. In closing, I am asking that you understand the impact of these proposed bills will have on the law-abiding citizen in defending themselves in a serious situation. I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Tony?
Thank you. My name is Tony Moratini. I'm from Bristol, volunteer with the Rhode Island chapter of Moms Demand Action. Chair Craven and the rest of the committee, thank you for hearing me tonight, and the rest of us. You're very patient. I'm not going to talk about any of the other anything that anybody else here has spoken about before me. We're going to go in a different direction. I'm here to reinforce a message we heard here in the State House and the library last Tuesday. Rep. Caldwell referenced it earlier. We had 14 faith leaders from 12 different faith traditions. We had an imam and a swami, and we had a representative of the bishop of the Episcopal Diocese, and everyone in between. It was a wide swath. They gathered in the State Library just down the hall here to sign a statement declaring as a moral obligation the need to enact the assault weapons ban and the safe storage bill. And while Bishop Henning couldn't be here, he sent along remarks reinforcing the necessity of passage for the sake of the common good and the defense of human life, Bishop Henning. You all have that statement, I believe. They were delivered to your mailboxes yesterday, so have a read. It's a very powerful statement. Because of the unprecedented nature of this gathering to endorse this unifying statement, I'm going to repeat it. The leaders of many of us, many of you, who put your faith and trust in, declared unequivocally the moral obligation to enact these bills. Because while thoughts and prayers are necessary, they're not sufficient. Only action is your action. And it'll take your individual moral and political courage to get it done. Courage. We saw it happen last night. I'm asking you to do it again here tonight and add assault weapons to that movement. 2 years ago, a General Assembly leader here up on the Hill, and a grandfather, as am I, when asked why he supported, in a very demonstrable way, the very hotly debated large capacity magazine ban, responded, referring to school shootings, "I'd be horrified if something ever happened to my grandchildren and I stood by and did nothing." I'm going to repeat that. I'd be horrified if something ever happened to my grandchildren and I stood by and did nothing. He did something. I'm begging you to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, Richard Benoit and Michael Tillinghast. Are they here? Not here? Tom Wojcik? Are they here? Okay. Great. Have a seat.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for considering these bills. Thank you for taking the oath of office. Please do what you can to protect American children by passing these bills. I studied Constitution law. When the framers ratified the Constitution with the right to bear arms, it also contained the mandate to protect and defend Americans from all threats, foreign and domestic. Today, gun violence is a threat to Americans and American children. Laws protect public safety and otherwise respect liberty. Reducing the rates of gun violence and protecting American children and Americans from gun violence has been important to me for a very long time. I hope it is equally important to each of you. Tonight I am here with David Vance, the father of Dylan Vance. I am testifying beside him in support of H7373 requiring the safe storage of firearms. Mario, the man that David wants to see imprisoned for the loss of his son, is accused of having 8 unsecured firearms in the possession of youth. David doesn't have answers. These teenagers were able to access these firearms for months. I met Mario on the bus once. The first thing he told me was that he should be in jail for a long time. Dylan's case is being drawn out until this law changes. So that means that sentencing in his case is waiting for the committee to pass 7373. David is waiting for this to pass to attain justice. He should not have to wait. Please pass 7373 to secure firearms, protect American children, and allow David Vance to see justice in court. People can report their guns missing. People should secure their firearms before the police arrive to their homes. Michigan passed a similar law after a school shooting. A 2-year-old child, family members, victims of domestic violence, Dylan Vance. Criminals don't comply with the law. Mario didn't comply with the law. He had 8 unsecured firearms. This law needs to change so that Mario can spend more than 1 year in jail.
Thank you, Michael.
This year, I'm entirely in support of the assault weapons ban, and I would like you to pass it. This bill bans the sale of assault weapons, not the possession. My neighbor got a full auto rifle in the mail pretty easy. The Olympics should cut the sport. If you feel the need for an assault weapon or a high-capacity magazine, you more likely need witness protection. On 7374, constitutional carry makes the problem worse. 7268, it's very important for firearm owners to be trained on the same page, and on the same page. 7270, women need to be able to appeal. Red flag laws were created to protect women. 7751, it certainly should be a crime to fire into a dwelling. I live on the south side, so please pass that. When felons are forced to carry unsecured firearms, it's more dangerous for them and the community. Children should not have guns. Please listen to the doctors and the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick? Michael. Oh, you're Michael. He was Patrick. Sorry.
That's okay. My name is Michael Kramer. I'm a resident of Providence, a retired lawyer, and volunteer for the Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence. I want to address the Second Amendment, because I don't think this committee should be misled by the gun law. Red light's on. I don't think that this committee should be misled by the gun lobby. Neither the United States Supreme Court nor any U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has found that assault weapons are protected by the Second Amendment. The gun lobby, however, wants you to believe that since assault weapons weren't banned in the 1700s, that somehow they can't be banned now, that they're protected by the Second Amendment. If that were the law, then laws against ownership of shotguns, sawed-off shotguns, Stinger missiles, machine guns, and flamethrowers would also be prohibited by the Second Amendment, and that's not the law. In fact, in 1939, the United States Supreme Court upheld a challenge, rejected a challenge to a law banning sawed-off shotguns on the grounds that the Second Amendment did not protect the right to own sawed-off shotguns. The key case, of course, in this area is Heller. The key case, of course, is Heller, because the right to own a firearm under the Second Amendment is not unlimited, it's not beyond restriction. As Justice Scalia wrote, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever and for whatsoever purpose. After Heller, 5 separate United States courts of appeals ruled that assault weapons bans were lawful under the Second Amendment. Then, of course, including the First Circuit Court of Appeals. In 2022, of course, we get the Bruin decision. Since Bruin, there's only been one court of appeals that's ruled on an assault weapon ban. That's the Seventh Circuit in Chicago, which, not surprisingly, upheld Illinois' ban on assault weapons. In addition to that, 4 district courts, one in Oregon, Illinois, and Delaware, and in Rhode Island, upheld laws banning assault weapons or high-capacity magazines. In fact, as you know, just last week, in the Ocean State tactical case, the First Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the high-capacity magazine that you all passed 2 years ago. If you read the decision in Ocean State Tactical, it's pretty easy to take high-capacity magazines and replace it with assault weapons, and you'll get the exact same opinion, because that's what the First Circuit is going to do after the district court in Rhode Island rejects the challenge by the gun lobby. The First Circuit will reject it as well. What I urge you to do is not take my word for it, but to read the cases yourself. Read Napier, the Seventh Circuit case, read the Ocean State tactical case, and when you do, you'll realize that what you should do right now, because it's constitutional, is to ban the further sale of assault weapons in Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Benoit and Curtis Pouliot Alvarez. Is he here? Yes. Yep, gotta say here, otherwise I don't know. Okay, Richard, you're up.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name's Richard Benoit, Representative Caldwell. I'm not only a constituent, I'm pretty close to being a neighbor. Also a former director of the Rhode Island State Pistol League and many-time captain of the Ocean State Pistol Team at the national matches. So when I speak not only for myself, but for the large community of shooters. I want to just briefly address what is, I feel, the most important issue of the assault weapons ban, overriding probably all other points in it, and that it establishes a means for registration. Registration is currently banned under Rhode Island firearms law. I assume that the sponsors of the legislation have come up with some means to work around that. Previous speaker referred to Nazi Germany in their attempts, not their attempts, their actual registration and confiscation. You don't have to go back that far. Right now, registration has been used to confiscate firearms in Great Britain recently, Australia not too long ago, New Zealand very recently, and Canada is in the throes of a major battle right now about gun confiscation because of registration. Not because of registration, made possible by registration. That's insidious. There's not a person in this room wearing any color shirt that thinks for 1 second that this bill is the end of it. This is the camel getting his nose in the tent. If you get registration, it's just going to expand. Every year, more and more and more will be chipped away. We can't stand for that. Members of the firearms community have to stand, draw a line in the sand. No, this is wrong. It's just wrong. If for no other reason, disregard all the technical nuances. They don't mean anything if registration is established as law in Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure. It's Richard.
Right. This has come up a couple times as a legal issue. When you have two laws that seem to conflict, the job of the courts is to harmonize them, right? So we can not have a registry, right? I agree with you that the Rhode Island general law says you can't have a registry. Right. But if we do the assault weapons ban, you'll have a list, and I think the statute does call it a registry, of the grandfathered or legacy assault weapons, and that will exist as by itself because it's created by the General Assembly. The courts will give life to it, and so the law will be you can't have a registry except for that. That's how it works, right? So because the General Assembly can change the law when the time comes. While we're on the subject of registries, I've received a few emails from folks who like to say that federal law prohibits registries, no questions asked. That is actually not the case. Federal law, just for the edification of folks out there, says that the United States Attorney General is empowered to enforce the federal criminal law as it regards to firearms, and in that effort cannot create a registry of any kind to enforce those laws or a list or retain paperwork or something like that. It doesn't apply to the states. On the issue of the whole Nazi Germany thing, while I appreciate the argument about an armed populace against a hostile government, in today's atmosphere, and I'm speaking as a Jew, right, if we can just hang off on some of that stuff, I'd really appreciate it. Because frankly, the Nazis were white Christian nationalist, blood and soil, racist. You can talk when you get up here. You can talk when you get up here.
I want some order. Hey,
get off.
I want some order in this room. That is not appropriate here. This is testimony. It's a hearing.
Not the government of the United States or the government of any of the 50 attendant states.
May I respond?
Sure.
That's why I said I'm expanding on a previous comment made, because that's ancient history. It's a different time, and why I explicitly listed 4 very similar countries, English-speaking, same basis in common law from England, that have gone down this road with disastrous results, disregarding Nazi Germany and all that is evil with that. 4 English-speaking with same basic legal system based on the same premise as we have gone down this road in very recent history. That's what makes it relevant.
Okay, I appreciate that. And to be fair for the audience, I'm not drawing a line in any way, shape, or form between them and any particular religion, particularly Christianity. So I don't mean to. No,
Guys, knock it off.
I'm letting you know. I hear what you said, and I'm acknowledging. And I am acknowledging.
I'm going to give you one more time, and then the police
You know
will
what?
take you out of here. Stop it. Curtis, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Craven and members.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, I'd like to.
Sure, yeah.
Not necessarily ask the question of the witness, but of, through the chair, to those lawyers here, because he brought up something, and then my friend Representative Knight talked about it a little bit. So, unfortunately, the assault rifle ban, if it were to be enacted, would in effect create a registry. Am I correct? Of those individuals who are grandfathered. But the Constitution says that we cannot have a registry, correct? I thought you said.
No. Statute.
I'm sorry. The state constitution did not say that. Okay. Thank you. If it was the constitution of the state, then no state statute could override the Constitution without a constitutional amendment.
Right, and it's not that. Just so everyone knows, our firearms section of the firearms section of our Constitution, basically our Supreme Court says it tracks with the Second Amendment. It says whatever the Second Amendment says is what our state constitution says. Our state law says no registries, right? So that's a statute. And so if we made one for the legacy firearms, legacy assault weapons, then we would have one for that purpose and that purpose only. And your argument is that's the slippery slope.
And
Very slippery.
Mr. Chairman, and I would respectfully say that if nothing else, that in and of itself negates the efficacy of the assault rifle bill, which right off the bat, because of the creation of a registry, is not something we ever want to see in this state. Thank you.
Richard, your neighbor wants to say hello.
Hi, Richard. I really just do want to say genuinely thank you for coming up. I'd like to see people from East Greenwich coming up and getting involved in the State House. I'm sure we agree on many other issues besides this one. So if you are a neighbor, please, I do have a very new, cute puppy. So if you see me and her walking around with the kids, stop and say hello.
Will do.
Love to do that anytime in the neighborhood, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Curtis.
Chairman Craven and members of the committee, my name is Curtis Pouliot Alvarez. I'm an assistant public defender and the legislative liaison with the Office of the Public Defender. I'd like to spend the time that I have on 2 bills that probably aren't going to have any other testimony tonight. Certainly haven't so far. That's H7752, the bill concerning stun guns, and HB 7827, the felony prohibition on possession of a firearm. As to the stun gun, we have concerns with this bill because it purports to regulate the use and possession of stun guns in the same manner that firearms are, particularly pistols and revolvers, are regulated. I want to preference this testimony on that the statement that it is settled law in Rhode Island that stun guns are a form of arms that are protected under the Second Amendment. That was held by Judge Smith of the Federal District Court in Rhode Island. I think the first problematic with this bill is that the bill criminalizes the carrying of a stun gun without a license, as provided in 1147, 11, 12, and 18. However, it does not attempt to amend those statutes to allow licensing authority to grant licenses for the carry of stun guns. So it creates a system where you are required, in order to carry a stun gun on your person, you're required to have a license, but it doesn't create a system to actually obtain that license. We find that to be problematic and, if challenged, would likely be unconstitutional. Our office also opposes treating non-lethal self-defense weapons, such as stun guns, the same as lethal weapons, such as pistols and revolvers, for the purpose of criminal sentencing. The statute does not distinguish between stun guns and pistols and firearms for the purpose of sentencing. Both could be subject up to 10 years in prison. Stun guns have always been treated as misdemeanors in the past prior to the law banning them being struck down. That was a maximum of 1 year in prison. We find that it is, quite frankly, very disproportionate to recriminalize them and then have a 10-year maximum penalty and a felony on somebody's record for those. Turning my attention to the felony prohibition statute proposed by the Attorney General's office, we also have some concerns with this bill. I did express in written testimony our problems with the bill as far as it reiterating a mandatory minimum sentence, which our office has routinely been opposed to the imposition of mandatory minimum sentences. However, Senate Bill 2733 would dramatically expand who would not be eligible to possess a firearm for self-defense within their own home. Currently, 1147.5 has been carefully crafted to prohibit the possession of firearms by those convicted of crimes of violence, fugitives from justice, and those that have committed felony domestic violence and domestic violence offenses, and those that have committed certain misdemeanor domestic violence offenses. We posit that these prohibitions were carefully selected to represent appropriate balancing between the right to bear arms with the risk a person poses.
You gotta wrap it up, Curtis.
Sure. Lastly, I think the most important part is that Rhode Island, it's no secret, has had a mass probation problem and a mass incarceration problem. Rhode Island has one of the highest probation rates in the nation. According to the Council of State Government Justice Center June 2016 report, Rhode Island has the second highest probation rate in the country, with over 23,000 people on probation in the state, disproportionately impacting communities of color. Normally, or across the population, 1 in 20 men are on probation. However, it's 1 in 6 black men that are on probation. Those are 2016 numbers. But this bill deals with people with convictions. Considering the well-documented racial disparity in the justice-involved population in Rhode Island, predicating the stripping of the right to self-defense on the mere conviction of any felony would overly include persons of color who have no propensity for violence. I would ask the committee to reject this bill.
Okay, thank you. All right, gentlemen, there are two other people I'm going to call. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Public defender. Isn't it already federally illegal for a felon to purchase a firearm?
Yes.
It's already federally illegal. So I'm trying to figure out, other than being able to charge somebody twice,
Right.
what's the point?
So the Firearms Act, that was the Gun Control Act of 1968, was adopted at a time where there was significant racial problems in this country. It was a time where there was the Black Panther Party was starting to come to more prevalence, and they were legally, openly carrying firearms. So not only did the Gun Control Act of 1968 add the provision of felons not being allowed to possess firearms, but it also criminalized the possession of the types of firearms that Black Panthers and other that were most preferred by individuals in communities of color or people in lower socioeconomical positions. So I would posit that the bill had at least some some race-based motivations behind it. And so I don't think that Rhode Island should follow that as an example of what we should have as law here.
Thank you. Next witnesses, and if you'd say here, so I know you're here, Jeremy Langle and Tom Wojcik. Step forward, Tom. Jeremy, you're on.
Thank you. My name is Jeremy Langell. I'm the Executive Minister for the Rhode Island State Council of Churches. Thank you for being here today. The Council of Churches is in support of 7217 and 7373. I want to quickly mention something too. I'm also in the philosophy faculty at Bridgewater State. I hear this argument about Nazi Germany all the time, and I think I can provide some context here. In 1919, in the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was forced to disarm its population. And so the result of that was the Weimar Republic doing that. In 1928, the laws that the Weimar Republic passed were an attempt to try and rearm the populace, but with strict control. The Nazi Germany laws in 1938 specifically targeted the Jewish population. And so I think that we need to be very clear about what those laws did and what they didn't do and who they targeted. And I think we need to be especially clear about that in today's climate. When I was thinking about what to say here today, I was reminded of a moment in my own personal life. I was a high school student, and in my family, I had a step-parent who was abusive. He was an alcoholic, he was a domestic abuser, and he had free access to weapons. And I can't tell you the number of times that I stood between him and my younger siblings, right? And he had access to those weapons, and he frequently brandished them. Now, fortunately, we survived that situation, right? But it left a lasting impact on me, right? And on my siblings as well. I think about the fact that in a moment of anger or passion, anybody could have picked up one of those weapons because they weren't safely secured and really done great damage and changed the course of their own life. And I'm sure that's not a story that's unique to someone like me. I've also heard today quite a bit of conversation about that this is just a question of human nature. We can't do anything about it. We can't legislate it because this is human nature. And of course, religious communities and philosophical traditions, basically what I do for a living, right? We spend a great deal of time thinking about this, right? Thinking about human nature. And the truth is, this is why, because I do this work for a living, that as a religious leader, I came here today to put my faith into action, to ask for common sense gun legislation to protect our communities and to reduce gun violence. So for me, as a person who speaks to and thinks about the question of human nature, this is really, really key. So please, the Council of Churches supports the passage of 7217 and 7373. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Tom?
Thank you. I was at the Senate hearings yesterday, and there are a couple of times the issue of the assault weapons ban that took place in the late 90s and then terminated in early 2000s was ineffective and didn't do anything. So I felt an obligation to try to put something into the record that is completely false. The NRA and gun enthusiasts would like us to believe that the ban had no effect at all, but that is inaccurate. The ban had a major effect. The goal of the ban in 1994 was the same as it is today. It is to decrease violence. It is to save lives. Gun massacres of 6 or more killed decreased by 37% for the decade the ban was active, 37%. Then shot up 183% during the decade that followed when the ban was rescinded. That's a pretty significant jump. Other research has been done on this ban. The University of Massachusetts researcher Louis Calaveras, in his book Rampage Nation, found that the number of gun massacres dropped by 37% and the number of gun massacre deaths fell by 43% while the ban was in effect. A 2019 study in the Journal of Trauma and Acute Surgery found that based on data from 81 to 2017, There were fewer mass shooting deaths while the ban was in place. A 2017 study in the Journal of Urban Health observed that law enforcement recovery of assault weapons fell nationwide when the ban was in place, indicating that they were used in fewer crimes but increased after the ban expired. An 2004 University of Pennsylvania study conducted by the Justice Department explained that the use of assault weapons in crime declined by 70% 9 years after the assault weapons ban took effect. So the idea that a ban can't be effective and that it can't be legal, I think, is ludicrous. It can save lives, and has been stated here recently, this is more than legal issues. These are moral obligations. If we can save lives, then that's our obligation to do that, to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. No questions? Okay. Dan Kessler, here? Are you here? He's not here? Okay. Raymond Bradley or Broadley III, South County Trail? No? Paul Renana from Solomon Street? That's me. That's you? Come on up. Good thing I didn't, huh?
No. Why? You want me to show them how they bought it came from? No? Like this? You can't do that.
You can't do that.
You can't use it.
Can't do it.
No audio visual.
And Deb Siegel is here? Is Deb Siegel here? Deb? Sherry Simmons? Come on up, Sherry.
I'll let you go first. Ladies first.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Good. My name is Sherry Simmons. My state representative is Jennifer Stewart. I'm here tonight to call for a vote on the House Secure Storage Bill 7373 and the House Assault Weapons Bill 7217. Like many here tonight, I have been bewildered by the lack of legislative action on the Secure Storage Bill held for further study again last year, and the Assault Weapons Bill held for further study for the past 11 years. For over a decade, multitudes of Rhode Islanders have come before this body to testify in favor of common sense gun legislation. Police officers, elected officials, victims, and witnesses of gun violence have told their stories and expressed support for the Assault Weapons Bill and the Secure Storage Bill. As we all learned last night at the Senate hearing, the Senate Assault Weapons Bill has the support of 67% of the Senate and over 70% of Rhode Island voters. Currently, the Assault Weapons Bill before the House has 37 co-sponsors, and 8 members of this committee, a majority, have their names listed on the bill. Massachusetts, New York, and Connecticut have passed assault weapons bills, which undoubtedly protect Rhode Island citizens. Our representatives deserve the same opportunity with a vote on this bill. Leader Sicarci wrote in his January 7th commentary in the Providence Journal that he is, and I quote, proud of the transparency with which the House operates, end quote. I agree with the leader. Transparency is important. Rhode Island voters deserve to know where their representatives stand on both the secure storage and assault weapons bills. I ask each of you to speak with the leader and, on behalf of Rhode Island voters, demand a vote on both bills. Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn?
Your turn, Paul.
All right, thank you. I know everyone's been anticipating it.
I'm looking forward.
I stayed just for you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
You know, I know you have to go get that dinner from Hope Street that's back there.
I have no idea what you're talking
No.
about.
All right.
Floor's yours.
Thank you. My name is Paul Ryana Jr., but I'm sure you all know that. And I'm sure you all know that I support the Second Amendment and firmly believe in the rights of individuals to make their own decisions regarding gun ownership. The fundamental principle is at the core of the Second Amendment and embodies one of the most crucial themes of the U.S. Constitution. Our founding fathers valued the freedom of speech, religion, press assembly, and the right to bear arms. The rights of gun owners without unnecessary limitations. As responsible citizens, it is our duty to ensure that the rights of law-abiding gun owners are upheld for generations to come. However, it is alarming that there are representatives who are influenced by groups like Moms Demand and are bought and paid for that are sitting on this committee. I have pictures if you want to see them. I'm willing to pass them out. Anyone want to see them?
That's okay.
Oh, you would? I'll give it to you after the thing. Okay. We are tired of the politicians attempting to dismantle Rhode Island. While the governor, attorney general, and some legislators have praised a new law that reclassifies possession of small amounts of hard drugs and misdemeanors, focusing on treatment over prosecution, they are simultaneously every year targeting law-abiding gun owners and labeling them as felons with unconstitutional gun bills. Representative Jose Batista is advocating for Rhode Islanders to take a step further in decriminalizing possession of small amounts of drugs, including fentanyl. It is imperative that we oppose such reckless proposals that could endanger our community, since we are all talking about safety.
That's not, yes.
I'm not finished.
No, wait a minute.
It's
No,
gonna
wait a
fit
minute.
in.
That bill's not here tonight.
I know, but it's gonna, it enacts into my testimony. I'm not swearing, I'm not talking out of turn.
Yeah, but you're talking and not listening to me. No one here tonight has predicated their testimony on bills that were not before us.
Okay.
I don't want you to set the precedent. Respectfully stick to the merits of the bills before us.
It all enacts into one.
No, it doesn't. You're going to
It does.
You can talk about the bills that are on the calendar and their merits.
So how can you preach safety for Rhode Islanders, but then want to legalize fentanyl?
There are many people who use drugs, and it's inappropriate. It has nothing to do with the testimony
Okay,
and the
it
bills
does.
that you have tonight.
Okay.
It doesn't, and
Okay,
I ruled
drug
it that
dealers-
way.
drug
I'm the
dealers
chairman.
Drug dealers who sell drugs carry what? Guns, which commits crimes, correct?
I'm sure they do.
Exactly. And who do the drug dealers and carry the guns, sell the drugs to? The people that are trying to protect from what I just said. So yeah, it all enacts in one.
As you say. You're not a
I'm
police
wrong?
officer.
I'm wrong?
I spent 10 years as a prosecutor in the
Okay.
Attorney General's office.
Okay,
I
and I live in
forgot
Manhattan
more
Heights.
about this than
I
you
live in
know.
Manhattan Heights. I know about drugs.
So I'm asking
guns, and all
you
of that.
to listen to
I
me
was-
as the chairman.
You're interrupting me.
I'm ruling your testimony out of order. You can talk about the merits of the bill, and that's it.
I
You
know
understand me?
I'm not a child to be yelled at.
You're acting like a
I'm not
child.
yelling at you. You're yelling at me.
I want to get your attention.
So let me finish my testimony and I can be out of here.
Not if it's not relevant. So
It's gonna
you
be
can
relevant.
proceed with what you think is relevant testimony based on what I said.
So am I, can I?
Yes, you can.
You
Go
sure?
ahead.
Oh,
You can sit down.
I appreciate that.
Take your time.
Well, I gotta find where I was because I was rudely interrupted. Let us continue to uphold our values and defend our rights with unwavering determination, and let us vote out these unconstitutional politicians that are sitting on this committee. Stand strong, Rhode Island. We, the people, will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next witnesses are Jordan Reuter and Sherry Simmons here. Jordan here? Oh, you just testified, okay. Yeah, Susan Morettini? Susan? Oh, you came with that fellow. Oh, yeah. I heard that you run in pairs.
We do. Do you want me to go first?
Sure.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you, Chair Craven and the Judiciary members for allowing me to testify tonight.
You're welcome.
My name is Susan Morettini. I live in Bristol, and Rep. Speakman represents my district. I'm here in support of H7373 Secure Storage and H7217 assault weapons ban. As a Moms Demand Action volunteer, and I want to point out that the Rhode Island chapter of Moms Demand Action, we're all volunteers. We're not paying anybody. We don't have any money. So let me continue. I've had many conversations with parents and teachers worried about the threat of mass shootings happening here in a Rhode Island school. I've given gun locks to mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and women in abusive relationships, all worried about a loved one who owns a gun. I've met with veteran organizations and mental health advocates seeking to prevent suicide by guns. According to the CDC, the rate of gun suicides has reached the highest level in 50 years and accounts for more than half of all gun deaths in the United States. Here in Rhode Island, 60% of gun deaths are suicides. The trauma of gun violence is immeasurable, especially since becoming the leading cause of childhood deaths in America. Nearly one child gains access to a loaded firearm and unintentionally shoots themselves or someone else every day in the United States. That's an average of 350 children a year. More than 700 children die by gun suicide each year in the United States. Along with school shooters, guns used in these tragic incidents often belong to family members, relatives, or neighbors. The need for secure storage of weapons has never been greater. Please pass both of these bills out of Judiciary and onto the House floor for a vote. To quote Martin Luther King Jr., "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. Our lives matter." Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan, you're up.
Hello, my name is Jordan Reuter. I'm a lifelong citizen of Rhode Island, and from what I can trace, a sixth-generation Rhode Islander. I'm here to oppose Bills 7217, 7268, 7269, and 7373. I'll start off with the safe storage. I do believe in safe storage, but I believe we should educate, not legislate. There's things in my own home, and it's my home. I don't feel like it needs to be legislated within my home. Now, I do work in the firearms industry, and I think it's great what Susan did, handing out locks to people. That's something we do too. We like to hand out locks. We talk about educating others on locking their firearms and securing them. But I feel like the legislation part of it could become a problem, let's say, if somebody were to, breach into one of our homes and we have to use a firearm, it puts us in a situation where the safe storage could make a victim into somebody, who's prosecuted. I just would not like to see that. So I got a few quotes. Alexander Hamilton quote, "I have thought it my duty to exhibit things as they are, not as they ought to be." And we're here today because we're talking about how the world ought to be. I'm inclined to agree with a lot of people on the opposite side of the aisle of me that we ought to live in a world where firearms are not needed. We ought to live in a world where there's no criminals, where there's no violence, where there's no genocide, there's no fascist governments, there's none of that. But that's just not the world we live in. And that's why the Second Amendment was written the way it was. Another half of our problem is skewed and false statistics. Another Hamilton quote to that is, "Lies often detected and refuted are still revived and repeated in hope that their refutation may have been forgotten or that the frequency and boldness of accusation may supply the place of truth and proof." So for 20 years now, we have been free of an assault weapons ban because it was, again, proved that assault weapons ban did not really work as it intended, and yet many Americans still to this day have been lied or tricked into believing otherwise. So I guess my final quote for you from Alexander Hamilton, one of our greatest founding fathers, was, "The sacred rights of mankind are not to be rummaged for among old parchments or musty records. They are written as with a sunbeam by the hand of divinity itself, and it can never be abrased or obscured by mortal power." Now, I do believe that the founding fathers knew exactly what they were doing with the Second Amendment. For an example, the Giardoni rifle, I am a firearms historian, by the way, I didn't get to that, but the Giardoni rifle came around in 1773, a couple years before the Second Amendment was even written, and that rifle held 25 rounds, and it was a repeating rifle. We've banned already with the assault, the magazine ban. That rifle is legal. It's a almost 300-year-old rifle, and it's illegal. I guess my time is up.
Thank
I'll
you.
yield.
I appreciate you're informative. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today.
My pleasure.
We all just want the same thing,
Absolutely.
a better Rhode Island.
I can assure you, we want the same thing.
All right.
Robert Church.
Good job.
And Joseph Runcie. Are they here? Robert, is Joseph Runcie here? Don't hear him. David Veens. David here? Yeah. Come forward, please.
Yeah. This is my son's mother, also Rhonda Brewster. So
Okay.
if there's any way I can get another seat, maybe. If it's all right.
You want to let him go first? Oh, somebody's going to give him a
I
chair. There we go.
appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome. Robert, you're first.
My name's Robert Church. I'm a resident of Tiverton, Rhode Island. Pretty much for my entire youth growing up so far. And I mostly want to I want to start off talking about the assault weapons ban. First off, assault weapon, assault rifle is a made-up term. It was made up to just before the assault weapons ban. It's actually a semi-automatic rifle. Now, there's over 22 million of those semi-automatic rifles in the United States today. That makes that a common, used, and owned rifle in the United States today. It's, I'll leave that part as that. I'd like to talk very briefly. I think what's not being addressed enough is mental health. Mental health's the key to the problem. We can all agree when someone takes another person's life, that is not someone that's okay in the head. Mental health's the main problem. Another problem that we're having too is how many mass killings have you seen on TV reports? And it's like, how in the heck did this guy still have a gun? Had mental health problems. Questioned by the FBI in ATF. Things like that. Why did that person still have a gun at this time to commit those crimes? And it's pretty blatant, the ones that are out there. That should not be happening. Should not be happening. Another problem another thing I wanted to talk about real quickly is large capacity magazines. Who decided that greater than
That's
10
not here tonight, Robert.
No, I just want to say another thing. Who decided that 10 rounds was the right amount? So we gave another name, just like the assault rifle.
Yep.
Standard capacity magazines are now all of a sudden high capacity magazines. We changed some of the names, some of the functions of the things we want to control. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. David?
Yes, how you doing? My name's Dave Veens, and this is my son's mother, Rhonda Brewster. And we're from Rhode Island. We're a victim of due to losing our son, Dylan Veens, due to unlocked weapons. And I do apologize for jumping up and saying something earlier to the committee. I apologize for that. But
Don't.
being a victim.
I understand that you're suffering from a lot of pain. I've never experienced that, and I hope I never do.
And it's tough, and a lot of people that do own guns don't understand it, because it's like, once you become a victim on the other side, because I understand what a lot of the guys are fighting for, people, you know.
Yep.
But here's a guy that had owned all these guns, not locked up, and he wasn't home, and this is the problem. All his weapons weren't locked up. And my son got shot by his best friend. Never mind, his body was moved 4 times and everything else before 911 was even called. Took an hour, and that guy's the guy that owns the guns belongs in jail, and he's walking around with misdemeanor charges right now because they were unsecured, and each gun was a misdemeanor, not a felony. And I don't understand it. Andy was on 5 years. Andy, when this all happened, he's on 5 years probation. Why didn't he get violated by the courts? For 90 days at least, not even that. He didn't even get violated. So if it was felonies, he would have been held accountable for that. You know, and when it comes down to, you know, the guns not being locked up, he wasn't home. They should have been locked up. If you're home and you want to leave your guns on lock, whatever, obviously you know you're home. It's just common sense. If you're not home, lock them up. Or if you're having a cookout and you got nieces and nephews, even though you don't have kids, lock them up, because it takes one of them kids to know where that gun is and be like, look at my uncle's gun. Boom, you got a dead kid in the house or something. And that's where the responsibility comes from. And that's all I have to say.
Ron, do you want to speak?
So,
thank you.
I just want to say that we are here in support of Bill H7373. We also are pushing to get that bill changed into our son's name as the Dillon's Law. As parents who are still grieving, Dillon died on February 12th, 2022. It is 2 years and a little over a month shy of that date. Reference to a lady who was here earlier and said that time heals all wounds. Time does not heal all wounds. Time only provides us ability to adapt to the loss that we are suffering. Every day we have to look at a closed door in both of our homes that my son is supposed to be in.
I still don't even know how to condole her. Like, we've been divorced for 5 years before this happened, and I haven't even heard it yet.
We have been told, we have been told daily, thank God that we have our 15-year-old daughter. But in the absence of our 15-year-old daughter does not have her older brother to protect her, her best friend to help guide her. She is in high school now. He would have been a junior with her in that same high school. Dillon was an aspiring mechanic. That's what he was going to school for. And he was in the Boy Scouts. One of his best friends, he learned all the gun control safeties and all that other stuff, and was taken by someone who had access to guns and not knowledge of that safety. We're not opposed to people having guns in their home or safety. We just want people to use their common sense that whether you have guns or not, they should be safe in the home.
And then if somebody gets hurt, you got to be charged.
We've heard testimonies of people saying, if someone breaks into the home, well, you know what, I have a Chihuahua and a Rottweiler. 9 times out of 10, they're gonna alert me if someone's coming into my home. That does give me enough time, if I had a gun, enough time to get my gun, unlock it, and protect myself. So I don't understand what people's rationality of time is, but there's more than multiple ways to protect yourself versus a gun. I'm not a gun owner. I've thought about the idea several times because I am a single mother living in my own home. I don't have the safety of a man to protect me. So hence, that's why I said I have dogs. So they'll alert me, and if I need to grab a bat or something, I'm gonna protect myself and my daughter under all costs.
And she does work for...
And I do work for the state, so I do see these cases coming across where children have gotten guns and shot themselves. Just within the last 4 months, we've had about 6 cases of children having access to guns with their parents home and shooting themselves. So I see it firsthand of what parents are going through, and because of my job, I also, as a grieving mother, have to have to provide some kind of security and empathy for these parents who are also going through these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Maybe we can remember why we're here and have a hug in the hallway. How about that, huh? Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks. Alfred Arlen and Michael Kramer. Oh, he did? He went. Judy Olette. Is this Alfred? Yes. Hi, Alfred. Hi, Judy.
Yep.
You okay if Judy goes first?
Fine, that's fine.
Thanks.
I'll set the go.
Okay. I want to thank Chair Craven and the honorable members of the House Judiciary Committee for listening to my testimony tonight. My name is Judy. I live in East Providence, and my representative is Rep. Matthew Dawson. I am writing to urge you to support common sense gun safety bills that will make all Rhode Islanders safer. As gun violence devastates communities across our nation, we must do everything we can here in Rhode Island to prevent gun homicides, suicides, and injuries. Back on December 1st, my city of East Providence came very close to having its own tragedy take place by a gunman who obviously should not have had access to the guns and ammo he had. The police chase went right down my street. It's a little too close for comfort for me. I don't see any helpful purpose for assault weapons on our streets. Is it that tough to hunt that you need an assault weapon? Are the animals armed nowadays? No, they are not. So why don't we ban assault weapons? Let's not forget that other states, such as New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, all have bans on assault weapons. Let this be the year that assault weapons are banned here in Rhode Island. In Rhode Island, 60% of the gun deaths are suicides. This figure comes to 31 people dying of gun suicide a year. This is where the safe storage bill would help out quite a bit. When people attempt suicide by any other means, they usually survive. This is not true with guns. Guns are the most lethal way to commit suicide. I urge you to prioritize support for H7373, Rep. Caldwell's bill, which would require all firearms to be stored securely when not under the control of their owner or another authorizer, user, and promote efforts to educate gun owners, parents, and students about the benefits of secure gun storage. And H7217, Rep. Knight's bill, which would prohibit the future manufacture, sale, transfer, purchase, and possession of assault weapons while providing a pathway for current owners of assault weapons to keep the ones they currently have. These bills will reduce the spread of exceptionally deadly military-style firearms, which are commonplace in mass shootings in our communities, and also save lives by preventing firearm, suicide, gun theft, unintentional shootings, and unauthorized access to guns, by helping ensure that secure storage becomes the norm across Rhode Island. Please pass common sense gun safety bills out of committee and to the House floor with a recommendation for passage.
Thank you, Judy. Alfred?
Good evening. My name is Alfred Allen from the city of Warwick, certified NRA instructor. I'm here in opposition to bills 7217, 7268, 7269, 7373, 8026. I'm primarily going to talk about 7217, the assault weapons bill, and 7268, which is the testing bill put forward for firearms ownership. 7217, the assault weapons ban, I see it as a misnomer, because assault weapon is not what we're really dealing with here. You're dealing with some offshoot copy of the military weapon. It's only semi-automatic, just like many other semi-automatic firearms that are out there. And it's a piece of steel, piece of wood, put it all together, make a firearm, plastic. It's not the problem. The problem is the user. I mean, the user is either going to be either a lawful, put it in lawful use, or illegal use and deadly use. That is where you have to put your efforts into solving this problem. If you're ever going to solve a problem, this is going to be the way to do it. Take away those people who will abuse the right. And rights, remember, rights and responsibility go hand in hand, but all you hear about is the rights, and you never hear about the responsibility aspect of the law. And if a person is irresponsible, then they definitely don't need to be anywhere near a firearm, or anything else for that matter, and should be under control as to what their actions are going to be to prevent harm from any other person, or even to themselves. As far as the other bill I want to speak about is 7268. The testing bills has some merit to it. It does have some possibility of solving a lot of problems by people who are not necessarily knowledgeable in the use of these items. However, is a 2-year recurrency part, recurrence to review the training every 2 years. For what purpose? You do that with a driver's license? When you're 16 years old or 17 years old, you go and you pass you go through your written test and your driver's test. Have you ever had to review your skill in operating an automobile from that point on for the rest of your life? I was a commercial pilot for 43 years. Every 6 months, we had to do it. But then again, operating an aircraft is a hell of a lot different than operating an automobile. And to sit there and put that kind of person under that kind of scrutiny is totally unnecessary. It's almost harassment. I'd almost call it a form of harassment. Not that it's intended to be, but when you look at it from a two-way standpoint, it definitely comes across as a form of harassment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alfred. Thank you, both.
Thank you.
We've got 3 chairs up here, so I'm going to call 3 people. Christopher Mellos, I guess it is, from Coventry. Alec Ferreira. Is Alec Ferreira here? So come on up. And Sydney Monstream Quay. Is she here? Yep. Yes. Okay. A rose between 2 thorns. Just kidding. You're first.
Me?
Yes.
Why? Because I'm good looking?
Yes.
You could have picked her first.
No.
All right. My name is Christopher Medeiros. I belong to a club called Wallem League. That club that we have teaches and educates people on guns. We are an NRA club, so we teach and certify people how to use guns. You use the word, what is that word there? Assault weapon. What is an assault weapon? Is my 9mm assault weapon? It holds 10 shots. Is my .45 assault weapon? I spent 8 years in the Army. I've been places and done places. I see what these guns can do. We don't take them outside of our club. In our club, we should be allowed to shoot what we want to shoot. And whoever handed me these pictures, God, you guys really don't look good in these. And I'm not meaning to say anything bad because I don't know you people. This is my first time here. But once again, Wallem Lake, go to the website, see. We have classes. We teach children from the time they're young all the way up. My kids grew up with guns in the house, whether they were loose or whether they were hanging around. Now, like that poor lady said, the first one that came up here, what happens when someone walks through her door and she's got to grab her baby and push in 8 numbers to grab her gun? So she's raped and dead. Is that good for you?
No.
Any of you like that? How about you come in? They kick in your door. You got, 8 seconds to get your gun. No, you're dead, honey. I'm sorry. You wanna store guns and block us from holding guns? It is ridiculous. Because anybody who is responsible uses guns the right way. We are not criminals. Pay attention, please, I'm talking. We are not criminals. That's your problem right there, okay? Legislation of that. Once again, I'll tell you, we don't take assault weapons out, which I still don't know what assault weapon is, out into the public, okay? I am a licensed carrier of a firearm, okay? And I want to say, you're welcome, every one of you in this audience, okay? Because as soon as somebody shoots anybody, one of these people in here have a gun is gonna stop them. Would you like that? How about that, excuse me, Mike sucks, I'm mad. Now calm down. 1 second. All right, now we had that shooting in church. What happened? 2 people got killed. Why? People had guns. You had another place where people went to shoot another church. One man got shot trying to pull his gun, the other guy shot him. So that right there. Did he use an assault weapon when he shot him? What is an assault weapon? Are you talking about an AR-15, an M14, a .50 caliber? You got to really get it down to what we're looking for. We want our guns to be able to be where we can get them. I don't want to see you dead. I'd like to come back here and see you. You too, you have a very pretty face. I would love to see that, because you cannot take that second to unlock the gun when somebody's kicking in your door. I have a 85-year-old mother, 85-year-old mother, who lives downstairs in my raised ranch, which is a side door. Now, she's not in my house, she's downstairs. She has a .38 that I took and taught her how to use it. She knows how to do that. And once again, go to Wallem Lake, go to their website. If you people want to come up, I invite every one of you here to come up for a day, and you can shoot an AR-15, an M16, whatever you want to shoot to make you happy. People like us do not take them guns. I've seen what they do. I know what they do. My children know what they do. And everybody else in here, you should be grateful that people carry guns in the state of Rhode Island. That, sir, is the end.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Sydney? Sydney?
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
You got it.
So thank you, Chair Craven and members of the committee for hearing our testimony tonight. I'm Sydney Monstrom-Quass, and my rep is Rep. Boylan. I actually grew up shooting guns and target shooting. My family has a lot of hunters in it. I was taught to respect guns and treat them very carefully. I won a turkey shoot in college and immediately got recruited into ROTC. But gun violence hit me and my family hard when my cousin was murdered. And the violent death of a family member is shattering. That pain never leaves you, as we hear from people here. So these efforts are really important to me. I'm in favor of 7217, the assault weapons ban, 73, the safe storage bill. One thing, today's the 73rd day of the year, but there have been 74 mass shootings so far this year. That's a little more than one a day, and I hate to look at those statistics because those are people, those are people's lives, and we can prevent that from happening here. I know hopefully most of you remember the February 2022 incident in Providence, where a gunman fired hundreds of rounds of ammunition at Providence police, and he had 15 weapons, including assault weapons. Former Commissioner Perry said the firefight involved more bullets and carried greater risk for police officers and residents than any gunfight they had encountered. So we know that assault weapons threaten our public health, yet when our police and law enforcement who serve to protect us are outgunned, that endangers our public safety too. In terms of safe storage, there's been a lot of important things said. It's a public health bill. It's to prevent suicides, prevent unintentional shootings, prevent mass shootings. So these bills may prevent families like mine from experiencing the lifelong loss and the pain of losing a loved one to gun violence. So I applaud all of you who are sponsors and co-sponsors and ask that you vote these bills out of committee and to the House floor for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Alec.
All right. Once again, it was not a gun owner who shot these people up, like she's saying. It's a person who has no control over themselves.
Okay.
That is the problem. And please, stop saying assault weapons unless we're going to name what it is. Name it.
There's a definition in the proposed bill.
You name it.
There's
What
a
is an assault
definition-
weapon?
There's a definition in the proposed bill.
Oh, there's a definition in the proposed bill, okay. I'm asking you, what is it? I don't have the definition. What is the
That's enough.
definition?
You're interrupting the next person's testimony.
I'm not interrupting, I apologize. I'll give him back. I just don't want you to call them assault weapons no more, because they're not assault weapons. Yeah. And by the way, sitting here, this committee, I'm sorry for you. Thank you for the speeches, sir.
You're welcome, enjoy them. They're all over the website. Can't even one, just a nice way to say.
Thank you very much.
Alec?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. All right. So let me start off by saying I don't have a speech prepared. I
That's
don't
good.
even want to be here. I'm not good at public speaking. You know, I don't like speaking before a crowd, and now I'm on television.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
You came here for a reason. Something motivated you. Just
did.
tell us what that is.
Yes. Well, so I've been a law-abiding citizen my entire life. My only relevant qualification here is that I'm an Eagle Scout. But yeah, I'm a member of a sportsman's club. I've been an avid gun owner and enthusiast since I was too young to own a firearm in Rhode Island. I shot them in the Boy Scouts. You know, I've always practiced proper gun safety. I still do. Personally, I keep my firearms locked up. But I'm here because, you know, I don't like the way things are going in Rhode Island with some of this anti-gun legislation. You know, I'm sure the people who are putting these bills forward are well-meaning, and they call it common sense gun control. And one of these bills here I can see is common sense. But a lot of the other bills that I see passed are not. In particular, Bill 7217, the assault weapons ban. I think this bill is just an arbitrary bill that doesn't, that draws an arbitrary distinction between different types of firearms based on cosmetic features. You know, I own an AR-15, which now has 10-round capacity magazines. That gun is functionally equivalent to, you know, Ruger Mini 14, which would be legal under this bill, I'm assuming. I only read the Senate version of the assault weapons ban. But, however, you know, I think it hurts me to see my rights disappearing before my eyes when, as a law-abiding citizen, when, you know, people who own guns illegally, who are perhaps convicted felons or otherwise prohibited people, are the ones that are often committing crimes with firearms. This bill doesn't give any provision for a license that one might have to obtain to own such firearms. It just bans them outright. And even then, I think that would be a step too far. I mean, I think, you know, we shouldn't be restricting people's rights for the illusion of safety without putting a lot of thought into whether we're actually doing the public good. I think there's a lot of other more constructive legislation that we could be looking into. You know, I like the idea of this mandatory self-storage bill. I've heard, you know, the people who are opposed to it because they feel that it'd be too difficult to access their firearm quickly. But I think at least that, you know, it's a bill that's good in spirit, you know? It's looking to solve a problem. This assault weapons ban isn't looking to solve a problem. Am I out of time? All right.
Give me 10 minutes. 10 seconds.
All right. Yes, I don't see how this bill or some of the other on this list are making anyone safer. When someone can just get a different type of gun that does the same thing, or, you know, even if you banned all the guns, there are other ways in which people can do others harm that are still legal, up into, you know, motor vehicles. So I think I just would like you to put a lot of thought into whether, you know, what the balance of the people's rights are versus the public safety. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Angela Howard McFarland, Harold Borders Jr., and Scott Marcotte.
How you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Angela Howard McFarland, and I live in Cranston. I work on the justice team for the Sisters of Mercy of the Americas, a congregation of Catholic nuns with a strong presence here in Rhode Island. I also serve on the steering committee for the Interfaith Coalition to Reduce Poverty, the coordinating committee for the Rhode Island Poor People's Campaign, and have been involved with Moms Demand Action here in Rhode Island. And I'm also a mother of 3 young children. The Sisters of Mercy are guided by what we call our critical concerns, including nonviolence. It directs our work to collaborate with organizations that foster peace and to change violent systems and structures. So I'm here today testifying in support of H7217, which bans assault weapons, and H7373 on safe storage. Part of my particular job at Mercy is expertise in the area of gun violence around the country, and to advocate locally and nationally for common sense gun laws that can radically reduce violence and unnecessary deaths in this country. I spend the majority of my 40 hours per week immersed in gun legislation at the federal and state level and mobilizing faith-based communities. I'm also a co-founder of Nuns Against Gun Violence, a coalition of over 60 congregations of women religious, representing 50 states and over 30,000 sisters, whose mission is preserving the dignity of human life and our advocacy, prayer, and education efforts for common sense gun legislation. You've heard the statistics already this evening, but just to underscore that yes, firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and teens in this country. But also to note that this has been true for children of color much longer than the last few years. Gun violence, like so many other issues, disproportionately affects communities of color, as well as women who are 5 times more likely to die at the hands of a domestic abuser when a gun is present. Additionally, over 75% of firearms used in youth suicide attempts and unintentional firearm injuries were stored in the residence of the victim, a relative, or a friend. This is also true for 70% of school shooters. Safe storage also prevents the theft of guns, reducing all of the illegal guns that wouldn't adhere to the law anyway. Quite frankly, I'm tired of arguments that setting limits that save lives are pointless because they won't stop every single shooting. Even arguments that center self-defense accept a culture of violence as the norm. Don't wait until we have a mass shooting here in Rhode Island. Look at the example of Congressman Jared Golden in Maine, who only co-sponsored the federal assault weapons ban following the Lewiston shooting in his home district, after issuing a tearful apology to his own constituents. As a person of faith, a mother, and someone committed to the pursuit of peace, I strongly ask that you support these common sense gun laws and demand better for our state, our country, and especially our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Borders?
Say good evening to everyone. Is this thing on? Everybody can hear me, right?
Is the red light on?
Yes, it's on now.
There you go.
Okay, I was here last night.
You got to speak into it. You got to put it right in front of your mouth.
Hello?
There you go.
All right, good to go. Simplify, hoorah. All right, thank you. I was here last night, and honestly, I had wrote out this long speech I was going to give you today, and a guy changed my mind. He didn't change my mind. I'm going to be honest with you. I believe in God. Let me just say that straight up. Okay, God put me here for a reason, okay? I'm not for any bans, but I'm going to tell you why. Who knows what the most deadliest assault weapon is? Anybody got an idea? The most deadliest assault weapon ever put on this earth is an evil person. Is an evil person. That's the most deadliest assault weapon ever put on this earth. It's not the objects that he uses to commit these crimes with. If I was to put this hat on the floor and I could wish all I want for the hat to move, the hat's not going to move until I make it move. And calling it an assault weapon, that's wrong. Assault, like I said last night, is something that you do. It's not an object, okay? God put me here to protect people. I'm going to tell you something. This is going to sound kind of strange. I shouldn't bring it up here. I already figured out how I'm going to die. I know it sounds strange. I'm going to do it helping someone, right? but I can live with that. All right? Sorry. We have to give people a chance to protect themselves, okay? Now, I'm gonna tell you, I was listening on a news thing about a year or two ago, and they had this guy, they asked him, what do you think about gun bans? You know what the guy said? He says, I'm all for gun bans. He says, I'm for it. They should take the rifles, pistols, shotguns, they should all go away. And they said, why are you so adamant about a gun ban? You know what he said? He says, I'm a criminal. I break into people's houses, and I feel it's job security for me to know if I go into a house, there's no weapons there. And that tells me all I need to know. People have to do more about mental health. Most of the people that commit these horrendous mass shootings, a lot of people know about it. You hear about it after the news over. Oh, yeah, he said it. These people ought to be held accountable for some of their crimes. If you know someone's going to commit something like that, let somebody know about it. Don't wait till after and say, oh, yeah, well, we all knew about it, but we did nothing. We did nothing, okay? So I'm not for any type of ban. I've been around guns all my life. I was in the Marine Corps for excess of 20 years. I'm from Georgia. I grew up around guns. We knew better than to play with guns. It's all about respect. No gun ever walked around and did damage to anyone. And I don't know if y'all remember from last year, I had a sign that I wore on my back, and I said, when Cain killed Abel, I said, God didn't blame the rock. He blamed Cain. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borders.
All right.
Go ahead, Scott.
Good evening, Scott Marcotte from Coventry, represented by Representative Norrie. It's my second time testifying here. I testified last year. I had just opened my gun shop in Coventry, and 1 year into it. The one I'm really concerned about is House Bill 7269. I'm not sure the spirit of it, of why we'd prohibit more than one firearm purchase in 30 days. But as a business owner that's learning how to pay taxes and so forth and so on, I have lots of people that buy collections. They're good, honorable, upstanding people. I've had people that are retiring, selling off guns they've collected for 40 years and transferring them, in some cases, in lots of 10 or 12 at a time. Like I said, I'm not sure of the spirit of it, but as a business owner, it would be detrimental to my business to limit the amount of firearms that are purchased. Anybody that buys more than 2 handguns, I have to report that to the ATF and the Attorney General's office, so there is, some oversight in that respect. So I do not support the passage of 7269. In regards to 7217, also as a business owner, when you start scaring people, I hate to say my business is very busy. And again, I addressed it last year, is I think you're afraid of cosmetic features of a firearm. And Mr. Church, brother's still here, he and I deployed to World Trade together with Rhode Island's disaster team back at 9/11 and many times since. And just, my gentleman to my right also spoke about mental health. I've been a paramedic for 32 years. I've been an ER nurse for 10 of those years. I've seen a lot of people hurt, injured, and so forth. At the end of the day, I've also seen a very, very poorly managed healthcare system that does not address people with mental health needs. People come into the ER, it's the beginning, they're not treated, they're not taken care of, they're hopefully placed somewhere, and a lot of times they don't get a bed, they get released back to the community with resources that they can reach out to. I told a story last year of an ER doc that I worked with at Rhode Island who also worked at Merriam. Got a call from risk management, hey, a guy that you clicked on to go see last night, left without being seen, walked down, jumped off the bridge onto 95 and killed himself. And he says, oh, that's very unfortunate, but he says he didn't present saying that he wanted to harm himself, otherwise we wouldn't have let him go. And it's the system's just, people sit in the ER for hours, and it's a mental health issue, and I really wish you'd spend the time and effort in streamlining and helping people on the mental health side of things versus taking away an inanimate object from people that 99.9% of are owned by responsible people. In regards to 7268, I'm not sure its purpose, but I can tell you if you had, I'm not clear if this means that everybody has to redo their stuff every 2 years, or just the content of the educational piece, like the blue card, is reviewed and made pertinent. I'm not sure in reading it whether or not it was clear.
I think that's the second one. It's not everyone has to redo it.
Well, because I did read, okay, I'll accept that at face value. In regards to 7270, I'd ask that you please pass it. 7373, I make sure every new gun goes out the door with a lock. Every used gun that I sell, I do not charge the person for it. I send them out with a lock for their firearm. I sell safes and so forth in my store. I'm a big advocate of it. I got reached out to by Rhode Island Department of Health and the VA about a safe storage program for veterans in crisis, and we're rolling this into include all citizens, and it's an initiative that's getting rolling that I might come see Mr. Norrie about advocating for safe gun storage at no cost for people in crisis, without the penalty of losing their rights to be gun owners. It's a separate thing. 7751, I would like to see that passed. 7752, I'd like to see that passed, and 7374, I'd like to see that passed as well.
All right, Scott, thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. I think that takes care of this panel. So let me
Thank
call
you.
some more people up. Ramsey Davis, here. Marcia Fowler. Latia Davis. That's it? Okay, so is this, there's only one guy here, okay. Marcia is here? No. Latia is not here. Adriana Wolf? Oh, close? W-O-H-L? Oh, there she is. Come forward. All three of you can come up, all right?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Are you Marcia?
Are you Marcia?
Are you
I'm
Marcia?
Letitia.
Letitia, okay.
I think you called me.
All right.
It says the Marcia Davis.
You're up.
Good evening, Chairman and honorable members of the House Judiciary Committee. My name is Ramsey Davis. I live in Cranston, Rhode Island. Brandon Porter is my representative. I'm a retired K-12 teacher, taught 31 years, as did my wife. I served in the Marine Corps in Vietnam. I was there serving on the demilitarized zone up in, right on the border of North and South Vietnam. I carried an assault weapon, an M16. I experienced combat. I mention this because I have experienced the effect of gunshot wounds from assault weapons. While less than 20 feet from me, my Navy medic was shot with one round from an assault weapon, hit in the leg, bled out, and died. One round of an assault weapon. I've helped to load dozens of my comrades onto medevac helicopters, dead from assault weapons. One round, two rounds. The damage is devastating. These weapons do not belong in the hands of civilians. They are not effective for hunting game. They blow the game away. There's nothing left. The assault rifles destroy them, obviously. They are only effective in hunting and killing humans. The surrounding states have banned assault weapons successfully, as we've heard. Why should Rhode Island be the supplier of weapons for surrounding states? Regarding safe storage, for those of